Welcome to another TikTok live stream with Dan Norton, an objectivist philosopher. I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. It's been a couple days since I did my last live stream, and I posted part of the last live stream on my YouTube channel, Dan Norton 1. I did a debate with Hegel fan, and we talked about Gaza and civilian casualties. That was the main subject of our discussion, and I thought it might make a good standalone video. So I clipped it and published it on my YouTube channel, so you can watch it there. I see we got the first chatter of the day. Robert Paulson asks, can we all be capitalists? Yeah, we can. I think it would be good if we were all capitalists. If that means if we were all pro-capitalism. But you and I might have different ideas of what capitalism is. I think capitalism is the system of freedom. And I think freedom is good. So that's why I support capitalism. There's a difference between being a capitalist and being a pro-capitalist. Okay, well, I don't think everyone needs to be a capitalist if that means an entrepreneur. But I think it's good for everyone to be pro-capitalism. All right, Nines is also here. He says, if you're pro-capitalist and not a part of the bourgeoisie, then you're blind. I don't think in class terms like that, bourgeoisie versus proletariat. I think of people as individuals. Trump is a bad president, says Beckham. I agree. I think he's a terrible president. There have been, I think many presidents have been bad, but I think Trump might be the worst. So you got a couple guest requests. Robert says everyone can be a capitalist, but you have to have people subjugated to have properly run capitalism. I certainly disagree with that. As I said before, capitalism is the system of freedom. It respects people's rights. So that's the opposite of subjugating people. What was before Big Bang? I don't even know if there was a Big Bang. But if there was, that wasn't the start of the universe. I don't think there was a start of the universe. The universe is eternal, in my view. It had no beginning. How exactly is faith bad? Faith means belief without evidence. At least in the sense I mean it. When I say faith is bad, I think it's bad to believe without evidence. You should always have reason for your beliefs. Why do you think Israel is good? Because it respects rights and freedom. Not perfectly, but does a pretty good job, at least compared to many other countries. If everyone was their own agent, there would be no one to skim from. I think people should be traders, not skimmers. If by skim you mean, well, what do you mean exactly by skim? Someone to exploit? I think people should trade value for value. Like you go to a store, you want to buy something, you give them money in exchange for something, so you both benefit. It's a win-win. And that's what capitalism is all about. Mutually beneficial relationships. Why do you think leftism is bad? Because it involves coercion. Coercing people through taxes and regulations. Forced to give money to the government under threat of jail. What makes you admire Ayn Rand? She was a genius philosopher and novelist who came up with an incredibly awesome philosophy to live by. Will you vote for J.D. Vance if he runs for 2028? Probably not. I think he might even be worse than Trump. I think J.D. Vance is a Christian nationalist or something along those lines, and certainly not a friend of capitalism, which I support. How do you see Led Zeppelin? The rock bands? I like some of their music. All right, got a lot of chats coming in. I got some more guest requests. Let's see who I got in the list now. See if there's anybody I recognize. No, I don't. These are all new people. Okay, I might get to some calls in a bit, but let me just stick with the chat for a bit here. If you don't like leftism because of taxes, why don't you like anarchism? Anarchists are against tax. Yeah, but they're also against government. And we need a government to protect our rights. I don't want lawless gangs running around enforcing their own private view of justice, vigilantes. Didn't know people like you existed after 2015. What do you mean, people like me? Ayn Rand fans? Why do you support Israel when they are actively committing a genocide? That's a loaded question. I don't think they are committing a genocide. I think that's a smear. They're fighting a war of self-defense. I gotta pull up the chat in another window here where I can follow it better. How do you support giving money to Israel, which actively raises your taxes? Excuse me. Let me get a cough drop. I don't support giving money to Israel. I think we should give them moral support. I don't think they need financial support. We just need to get out of their way and not pressure them to engage in ceasefires with Hamas. Just allow Israel to destroy its enemies. That's the primary thing we need to do. We need to label Israel as good and Hamas as evil and get out of Israel's way and let them destroy their enemies. I don't think they need money. How would you define capitalism? Just privatization of means of production? No, I think of it as the system which protects people's rights. And that means it's a system which abolishes the initiation of force. One way to initiate force against people is to tax them. That's the government coercing you to pay money under threat of jail. That's a violation of rights. Because I take rights to mean you are not subject to coercion. Based take, says somebody. Free will isn't real, says Luke. Really? Why do you think that? Are you Jewish? Why does it matter? I get that question a lot. What difference does it make whether I'm Jewish or not? Here's another person asking, or maybe that's the same person. Israel in good has to be rage bait. No, it's true. But a lot of people disagree. That's my most popular topic here that people want to talk about. Thanks for sharing the live, Lavro. Now we got more people asking if I'm Jewish. Why? Why does it matter? Can you explain a little bit on the faith? Yeah, faith means belief without evidence. That's how I understand it. And that's bad. If I say, give me all your money right now, and you ask me why, and I say, don't ask me why. Just take it on faith that it's a good thing for you to do. Give me all your money. Is that a good way to act? Just believe things which you don't understand? I think that can destroy you. Reason is our means of survival, not faith. I feel like abortion shouldn't be available to healthy mothers with adequate living conditions. Why not? I think it should be anyone should be able to get an abortion. Any woman who wants one should be able to pay for one. That's my view. I think the woman has rights, but the fetus does not. I've debated abortion a lot in the past, but I'll just say that for now. Guests today? Maybe. Sometimes I like to engage with the chat for a while, and that actually helps my audience sometimes. It seems like sometimes I get more viewers when I'm engaging with the chat than when I take guests. I got one person in the guest list now. People have dropped in and then dropped out of the guest list, but right now there's only one person. You can let me know in the chat what you want to talk about if that's you in the guest list, and that might help me decide whether to take a call. You think uncontrolled or unregulated migration is good? Yeah, as long as people aren't posing a threat. Like if someone is coming across brandishing a firearm, that's a threat. But if it's just a peaceful person, which you have no reason to think is threatening, I don't think the person should be kept out. Now, if you're a country like Israel, where you have Hamas on one side of you in Gaza, and you know their mission is to annihilate you, a country like Israel cannot have open borders, because that would just be a super high threat to its security. And you saw what happened on October 7th. Even when they had fences in place, that wasn't enough. So, but if you're a peaceful, free country like Canada, friendly neighbor to the United States, I think there should be open borders between those countries. It's much too hard for people to immigrate today. It takes thousands of dollars, years to do it legally, which is why there's so much illegal immigration. The problem isn't with the illegals so much as it is with the super onerous laws which make it so difficult to immigrate legally. Can you explain atheism? It just means lack of belief in a God, or belief there is no God. There's a hard and soft form of atheism. Russ says, did you see my topic? No, I missed it. Could you type it again? There's too many chats for me to see all of them. But I'm looking at the bottom of the chat right now, so if you type it now. Oh, atheism versus theism. Okay. Maybe we can talk about that later. I don't think I want to do that right now. I appreciate your interest, though. Atheism versus theism. Well, what's your view on that? Are you pro-theism? I defend perfect being theism. Okay, I've never heard of that. I'm not sure if I want to take a call on that. But thanks for letting me know your your topic. I am trying to grow my presence here, so one way to do that is to have guests that are interesting to a lot of people. So if you all know someone, like I've had guests on here, the most I ever had watching was over 250 people, I think. And that's when Facts Still Matter. That's his name on TikTok. He came onto my stream. He had over 100,000 followers. So I think that was my biggest. So that's one thing that will incentivize me to take a call if it looks like it's going to increase my viewer numbers, because I'm trying to reach as many people as possible. Another way to incentivize me to take a call is to send me money. And some people have sent me money in the past to get a debate. PayPal is you get more bang for your buck that way, because PayPal, like TikTok, will take out 50% of your gift. If you send me a $10 gift, I only get $5 out of that. But if you send it by PayPal, I get 97% of the gift. PayPal only takes a 3% cut. So I'll get more value that way. And my PayPal is linked in my TikTok bio, Dan Norton11. I also got a YouTube channel where I sometimes post my live streams from TikTok, or at least clips. And I'm looking to grow that too. That's Dan Norton1 on YouTube. The host is afraid to bring up opposition. Some people, they make arbitrary claims like that. Explain why you support Israel. Because it's pro-freedom and pro-rights. For the most part. Oh, here's another arbitrary claim from Trey. He says he supports Israel because he is Jewish. Guests grow viewership more than anything else, especially multiple guests. It's well known. I don't think that necessarily is always true. Sometimes I have guests and I get fewer people than when I just engage with the chat. I think it depends on who the guest is. Are you a libertarian? No, I'm an objectivist. Objectivism is the name of Ayn Rand's philosophy. Libertarians, I often get called a libertarian, but I distance myself from that label because libertarians are often anti-state, anti-government, pro-anarchy. You see, I have anarchy on my background in the bad category, but many libertarians are anarchists, and I think that's a very bad view. So I don't want to confuse myself. I don't want to confuse other people about my views by taking on the label libertarian. Why is abortion good? I'm confused why that would be considered good. Because it enables women to live a better life, the kind of life that they choose. Like if you're a woman and you don't want to have children, abortion is a way to help you have that kind of life. Just like surgery. If you have let's say you need heart surgery or something, because you have a weak heart, well, surgery helps like if you get a heart transplant, that'll make your life go better. Likewise, if you want a life without children, abortion can make your life go better. What about the baby's life? It's not a baby. It's a fetus. It's not a baby until it's born. And only once it's born does it have rights, in my view. Because a human being is the only kind of being that has rights, in my view. And a human being is a kind of individual. A fetus is not yet an individual. It has not yet been individuated from the mother. It's just a part of the mother. It's growing on the inside of the mother. So it's not yet an individual, but only individuals have rights. What do you think of the label classical liberal? It's okay, I guess. So that refers to people who are closer to my view than what's commonly called a liberal today. Like a lot of people who are called liberals today are people who believe in big government, which I oppose. I think the government should be very limited. You might say very small in terms of the number of functions it has. All it should do is protect people from force, which the police do. Like they protect you from muggers, robbers, rapists, murderers. They get those people off the street. So there should be a police, also a military, to protect you from foreign threats of force, and a court system to peacefully settle disputes between people. But that's about it. Police, military, and courts. So that's a very small, limited kind of government. And I think that's what many of the people who are called classical liberals support, if I understand that term correctly. So I think I'm pretty close to that view. But I think, I don't know how consistent they were. Who would be an example of a classical liberal? If you give me a name, maybe I could expand on what I've said. But I don't think anyone prior to Ayn Rand had a fully consistent view in politics. Classical liberalism, I think, was popular in the 19th century. How is Trump bad? Well, he lies all the time. He doesn't believe in the rule of law. He tried to steal an election. He imposes tariffs arbitrarily on whim, which are anti-trade. Thanks for all the likes, by the way. And that's not even getting to his personal manner. That's just his political. He likes dictators. He writes love letters to the Korean dictator. There's so many bad things about Trump. He pressures Israel to engage in ceasefires instead of destroying their enemies. So many bad things. May I come up, hosts? What do you want to talk about? In OK spot. I got 4 people in the list right now. Okay, foreign policy, if you're okay with it, specifically if you follow a certain theory. Okay. Um, maybe later, not right now. I can tell you my foreign policy. I think America should follow a self-interested foreign policy, and it should engage in wars of self-defense, not wars of aggression. So it shouldn't conquer peaceful people, but it should defend itself when it's attacked. And America has been far too weak in defending itself. And it has led to 9/11, for example. I think if we were much stronger and fighting against terrorist regimes like Iran, which took Americans hostage back in 1979 and has funded terrorism around the world. If we had a much better foreign policy, I think we would be much less susceptible to terrorist attacks. Like bin Laden tried to attack the World Trade Center in 1993, 8 years before 9/11, and it didn't go off quite as planned. It did some damage, but then they tried it again 8 years later. So maybe we could have tracked down bin Laden in the meantime, in the intervening 8 years, and prevented 9/11 if we were better at dealing with foreign threats. But I think also appeasing Hamas is another way our foreign policy is not good. Like putting pressure on Israel, as Trump has done, to engage in ceasefires. That's bad for the United States. Israel is an American ally, and people like that, they chant "Death to America," and they call America the Great Satan, and Israel's the Little Satan. So when we allow our ally to get when we put pressure on an ally to not defend itself, that's bad for ourselves. Like Israel's, in a way, it's the first line of defense, right? We're fortunate that in the U.S. that most of us, we don't have to directly engage with terrorism. But if they're not coming after Israel, they'll come after us, and they have come after U.S. military around the world. And then, like on 9/11, they brought terrorism to our shores. You're an atheist but believe in free will? That's right. What's the inconsistency there? I don't think there's any compatibility. Atheism does not imply materialism, although some people interpret it that way, I think. But I'm not a materialist. I don't think I'm a purely material being. I think I have a mind, a consciousness, and I don't think that is material. So the fact that I don't believe in some supernatural consciousness like God, which makes me an atheist, doesn't mean I don't believe there's any consciousness. I do think there is consciousness. There's human consciousness. But I think it's free. I think we have volitional control over our minds. John Locke is in the chat. Have you heard of the economic system called minarchism? Yeah. I don't use that term. I prefer the term limited government because the term minarchism, it implies that I'm close on a political spectrum to anarchism. So if you imagine a line, and on one end of that line is no governments, and on the other end of the line is total government, totalitarianism. So if you have anarchism on one end and then totalitarianism on the other, no government and then total government, and then minarchism is just a little bit of government right next to the anarchists, right? Very close. But I think that's a distorted view of things, because I think minarchism is radically different than anarchism in terms of freedom. So I think my freedom is going to be trampled on if there's anarchy. So I think anarchism actually, in terms of freedom, it belongs on the opposite end of a political spectrum compared to my view. So that's why I don't use the term minarchism. But that is a very common term I hear for my view. What do you think happens after death? I think the world continues without the person who died. I don't believe in any supernatural heaven or hell. How are regulations bad? Or is it like certain ones? No, it's all regulations. By regulations, I take that to be a certain type of law, namely laws that initiate force against people. For example, minimum wage laws. They force employers to hire at a certain amount, and they force employees to only accept a certain amount. You're not legally permitted to work below a certain wage, like $7.25. I think that's the federal minimum wage. And that's coercing people. I think people should be free to voluntarily decide how much they want to work for. They shouldn't be forced by the government. So I take all regulations to involve initiating force against people. And it's always bad to initiate force. Now, laws against robbery, I don't consider that a regulation, because that's not a law against robbery is not a law that initiates force against people. It's a law that stops people who are already using force. So a robber goes around, maybe threatens people with a gun, says, give me your money or I'll shoot you. Now he's the one who's initiating the use of force. Whereas the law against robbery is saying, if you do that, if you initiate force, we're gonna punish you. We're gonna haul you off to jail. So not all laws initiate force. Proper laws, they only implement retaliatory force. Force that retaliates against people who have initiated force. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the likes. See, we got 1.2K likes. Got 5 new followers. And a couple people in the guest list. Yeah, I haven't taken calls yet, but I'm doing well with the viewers. See, I think sometimes I get more viewers when I just engage with the chats. And I think that's happening right now. Last time I streamed, I took more calls, but I didn't have as many views as I got right now. So I think it might be good to just stick with the chat. And I get to engage with more people that way. So if I'm taking a call, I'm only engaging with one person. But if I'm engaging with the chat, I can engage with a lot of people. So there are advantages to engaging with the chat. Which Ayn Rand book would you recommend reading first? I would recommend starting with the fiction. She wrote both fiction and nonfiction, but sometimes there are spoilers if you read the nonfiction first. So if you can, I would say read the fiction first. There's multiple good options there. The Fountainhead, I think, is an excellent place to start. That's somewhat long though, maybe 700 or 800 pages. If you want something a lot shorter, You can start with Anthem. That's her shortest novel. You can read it in a few hours. That's also a great one. So if you want to start with the nonfiction, I think Philosophy Who Needs It is a great one to start with. That's actually what I first read by Ayn Rand. Philosophy Who Needs It. And that actually is free online. Certain of Ayn Rand's essays, you can read it for free online. All right, got someone here in the chat with a unseemly username. I like to keep it clean here. And that applies to the names people have. I also like to not use profanity, or at least very rarely. Do you actually debate people? Do you actually debate people? Yeah, I debate a lot of people. Go on my YouTube channel, you'll see dozens of debates. But I haven't debated one today. I'm trying to figure out the best way to optimize my TikTok live streams in terms of viewership. And it seems like sometimes I get more viewership when I just engage with the chat. But if you want to tag someone, that's so if you know someone like Dean Withers who's got just a ton of viewers, I would take a debate with Dean Withers right now. I think the largest person he has like millions of followers, I think. The largest person I ever debated, I think, has over 100,000. Facts Still Matter. He was some kind of leftist, I think. That was the largest person I ever debated. And I got over 250 viewers when I debated him. Toyota going in the bad or good? Yeah, I'm not classifying cars right now. What is your line of work? Well, I'm hoping to make it streaming. I want to make money from this. So I make a little money streaming, but not enough to do it full time. I got to do some other things to pay the bills. But eventually, I would like to make enough money doing streaming to just be a streamer and not have to do anything else. Who's your favorite candidate for 2028? Oh, I don't know. Usually, it's just a lesser of evils. All the elections that I've been able to vote for in my lifetime, I've always seen it as a choice of lesser of evils. Usually, I don't vote for presidents. I just think both choices are so bad that I'd rather not vote for either. You can't have free will under capitalism? Why not? They're not a ranking of importance. I don't know if that's what you're getting at. Can you explain why you think taxes are bad? Because they involve coercing people. You're forced under threat of jail to give away money that you earned to the government. Shouldn't you be able to keep the money you earned? It's your money, right? No one else earned it. You did. What right does anyone else have to tell you how to spend your money? What is your argument for free will? It's self-evident. You just introspect, and it seems like you have control over yourself. So it's not really an argument so much as an observation. It's just something you observe. How is altruism bad? Because it means living for the sake of others. Why should you live for the... Why should others matter more than you? I think you are the most important person in your life. Why would you put someone else's interest ahead of your own? Why subordinate yourself like that? Thanks for sharing the live, Matt. Matt Rule. I need another cough drop. Excuse the noise. How are taxes bad, but USA and Israel is good? Well, they're good despite taxes, not because of taxes. They're not perfect. If they were perfect, they wouldn't have taxes. Because taxes coerce people, and it's immoral and a violation of rights to coerce people. How is Israel good when genocide? That's a smear. It's not a genocide. They're fighting a war of self-defense. They're not trying to kill all the Arabs or all non-Jews. And Hamas uses their own people as human shields. Hamas doesn't respect human life. And they brainwash and indoctrinate children to be suicide bombers. Israel is not doing that. Israel respects human life. But when they get it, and part of respecting human life is attacking its destroyers. So when you have a death worshipping culture who says we love death the way you love life, didn't some Hamas people say that? When you have a death worshipping culture like that, you need to fight back when it attacks you to preserve your own life. And that's an egoistic thing to do. Now, unfortunately, Israel is not egoistic enough because it has allowed Hamas to fester for years, decades. It should have nipped it in the bud many years ago, long before October 7th. And then there wouldn't have even been an October 7th. And there wouldn't have been all the war and unnecessary death post October 7th. So when you're strong, when you are fully egoistic and self-interested, that's actually best for everyone. All right, got a smear of Ayn Rand here. All right, Blood F. How about changing your username if you want me to engage with you? I like people to have clean names here, not gross names. Can I go up and ask you a few questions? Just a yes or no? Well, how about you just ask me in the chat? I think it's working well here. So you just engage with the chat for now. See, I'm able to engage with a lot more people. All right, Blood. Well, that's not a question. If you have I wonder if I should just mute people if they have a gross or impolite username. So are you a leftist, moderate, or right? Well, none of those terms really apply to me the way they're often understood. So the way right is often understood today is Trump, MAGA. People call those people on the right, but if that's the right, I have nothing to do with them. I think they're horrible. So I'm hesitant to take on a label like the right. Now, historically, I think the term right has at least sometimes been used to indicate a limited government view So if that's what it means, if it means or a pro-capitalist view, if that's what it means, then okay, I'm on the right. But I think the label can be very misleading. So I usually don't speak in terms of myself being on the right. All right, you're asking me another question, Blood, but I'm not gonna. You got to change your name if you want me to engage with you, and don't spam the same question over and over, or you might get muted. Thanks for the follow, IG. Yeah, I don't say anyone else's name. Well, I do say them sometimes, but I've said yours because of what it is. I'm drawing attention to it because I think it's unseemly. Are all races equal? Yeah, of course. Everyone deserves equal rights, but you shouldn't get special privileges because you're of your race. But everyone should be equal before the law. All right, there's an arbitrary statement from Blood. All right, I think I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you for a little bit, Blood, because I think many of your chats here, at least some of your chats, have not been good, and you need to change your name. Where's the mute button? Oh, here it is. Mute. All right, I'm going to mute you for 5 minutes. What do you think about Hoppe? I don't like what I've heard about him. I haven't read him firsthand, but he's some kind of libertarian anarchist, right? That's what I've heard about him, and I certainly disagree with that. How is Israel good? It respects freedom and rights. Which country would you rather live in if you had a choice about where to live in the Middle East? Which country would you rather live in? You want to live in some dictatorship, some theocracy, some monarchy, which tramples over your rights, where you don't have freedom of speech, where women might be jailed or killed if they're not covered up, or there's a morality police, or Israel, where you have freedom of religion, freedom of speech. You're not going to be jailed for criticizing the government. All right, we got a insult from Jack here. If you're going to just be insulting, you might get yourself muted or blocked. What about the USS Liberty? Friendly fire accident. That's all it was, right? It happens sometimes, unfortunately. Oh, there's an echo? All right, let me see if I can fix that. Sometimes my mic starts to echo. I'm going to change it for a second. All right, I just switched to a different mic, and I'm going to switch back. I just switched back. Did that fix the echo? Better? Okay, good. Thanks for letting me know. I think there's a lot of misinformation about out there in conspiracy theories, and I think USS Liberty is one of them. Levant affair, never heard of it. Love from Riyadh. Is that Saudi Arabia? How is faith bad? Because it means belief without evidence. If someone says, take it on faith, that means just believe it, even though you don't have evidence, proof, logic. See, lots of people ask about Israel. That's the most popular topic here. Why is it so popular here on TikTok? When I stream on YouTube, I don't get nearly as many questions about Israel. I thought maybe it's because there's a younger audience on TikTok, and for some reason, the younger generation is especially interested in the issue of Israel. What's your opinion on Ron Paul? Well, I know he's a libertarian, or at least used to be. He ran for the libertarian nomination, and then he became part of the Republican Party. But I'm not a fan because I think his foreign policy, what I've heard, is anti-American. At least that's the impression I get. Like I think a lot of people who are libertarians, they are anti-American because they're anti-state, and America is an example of a good state, a state that has done very well. And it's kind of a counterexample to the libertarian thesis that states are evil. So the U.S. is a thorn in their side. So many people want to come here. Historically, so many millions of immigrants have tried to come here, and so many people would like to still come here today. So a lot of people see America as a great place to live, and yet it has a government. How's that supposed to work? If you're a libertarian and you think the state is evil, then U.S. is a counterexample to your thesis that states are necessarily evil. The Federal Reserve, yeah, well, that's one point where I think I would agree with Ron Paul. I do think we should get rid of the Federal Reserve because that's a coercive institution. You are forced to accept the U.S. dollar as legal tender in payment of a debt. And it's a fiat currency, so they can just print money, inflate the currency, devalue your savings, so they can fund whatever government projects or boondoggle, you might call it, they want. So the Federal Reserve definitely needs to be ended, abolished. We need private banking, free market banking, not fiat currency that can become worthless through inflation. I got some smears from Acnud. I got a lot of questions, the same questions. Why is Israel good? Why is faith bad? I get a lot of repeat questions, but that's because people are always joining. So, and I will duplicate my answers to a certain extent, but if I see some new, interesting questions, I might give those preference. Thanks for sharing the live, Renar. Oh, echoing again? Okay. All right, hopefully that fixed it. Can you elaborate on subjectivism? It means, well, there's different types of subjectivism, but the idea that everything is just a matter of opinion and there's no right view of things. Everyone just has their own opinion, but you can't say one is right and one's wrong. That's one type of subjectivism. But I disagree with that. I think some opinions are right, some opinions are wrong. Like the opinion that Israel is engaged in a genocide. That's wrong. The opinion that Israel is a better country than the surrounding countries. That's right, in my view. But to take a less controversial example, 1 + 1 is 2. I think that's objectively true. That's not just my subjective opinion. That's objectively true. What do you mean by supernaturalism? The idea that there is something beyond the realm of our senses or our reason and logic, some supernatural realm or being like God or like heaven and hell, which there's no evidence of. There's no sensory evidence of this. And there's no rational, logical evidence of it. But people believe in it anyways. So something that's beyond reason, beyond reason's power to know. Something along those lines is what I mean by supernaturalism. Got another person asking if I'm Jewish. Why? Again, I ask you why. Why does it matter? All right, we got some vulgarity from Acnud. So, should I block you or just mute you for the whole live? I'm going to block you. I'm going to go hard on you. I think maybe sometimes people, they need a hard lesson. And maybe it's because people have gone too soft on them in the past that they've gotten away with stuff as long as they have, and they're rude. So I'm going to go hard on you. I'm going to block you. Where's your message? Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Gone. Can you see where it says in the chat that I blocked him? Or can only I see that? I got a little message that says, you blocked Acnud. Can you all see something like that? Only you can? We can see everything he's saying? Oh, okay, but you don't see the message that says that I blocked him. Okay. Someone says I'm a snowflake for blocking. Nonsense. Why should I put up with BS? It means I got some self-respect. I don't let people walk all over me like that. Is that how you let people treat you? You let people treat you like crap? You just take it? Are you a doormat? Is that good? So if you want to be, if you're going to be disrespectful and or gross or vulgar, then that can get you muted or blocked. James, you might be crossing a line there, James, asking questions like that. Thanks for sharing the live, Squidward. Thanks for the likes. What makes capitalism better than socialism? Capitalism respects freedom, and it prioritizes the individual, whereas socialism doesn't. It says there's something of higher importance than the individual, the society, the state, the nation, the group, not the individual. But I say the individual is most important. The state is a means of serving the interests of the individual. That's how I see it. So if a state is bad, if it's evil, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to find a better state, the state that better serves me. So if a state taxes the hell out of me or regulates the hell out of me, I'm going to look for a better state. I don't put the state above my own interest. I immediately agree with all except egoism, altruism. Well, egoism I take to mean living for yourself, and altruism I take to mean living for others. And why should you put others above yourself? Why should other people matter more than you do? I don't see any reason for that. So I put egoism first. I think everyone should put egoism first. Or be an egoist, rather. It's not like you should be egoist first and altruist second. You should never be an altruist. You should never put others first. Doesn't mean you can't value others. You can. But if you value others, it's because they're good for you. Like if you have a friend or you have a romantic partner, you value that person because they're good for you. So valuing other people can be an egoistic thing to do. But what you shouldn't do is value people who are bad for you. Like where Christianity says, love your enemy. That's evil. You shouldn't do that. That's bad for yourself. That's not an egoistic. That is an altruistic, self-sacrificial thing to do. Love your enemy. But it's good to value others who add to your life, add value to your life. All right, devil in Miami. You might get blocked for being rude. Yeah, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you, devil. Where's the mute button? I got to enforce some rules here. Enforce some good behavior. We got to up the behavior here in the world. We got to up the behavior in the world. We need to level it up. Oh, this is worse. Okay, you're getting blocked. Yeah, you're getting blocked. Gone. Gone. Got to level up, people. We got to make this world a better place. Up the quality. All right. What else we got here? The first thing I heard was your band, very accepting. You're not dropping context there, are you? Yeah, I'm not accepting of garbage and people who disrespect me. Do you believe that the death penalty should be legal or illegal? I don't have a strong view on that, but I will say that I do think people who commit a heinous crime like murder deserve to die. And the only reason not to give them the death penalty is because you might have gotten the wrong person. Sometimes, tragically, the wrong person is charged with a crime. And to prevent that accidentally killing or to prevent mistakenly killing an innocent person, you could not have the death penalty. But if we're just talking about the morality of it, and if we just say, for the sake of argument, that we know so and so committed a murder, then I think morally that person deserves to die. Thoughts on Joseph McCarthy? So what immediately comes to mind is he's often charged with having a irrational fear of communists, right? But I think there was good reason to be concerned about communism. Now, whether he was irrationally concerned about it, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could be over concerned and think, communists are everywhere. They're hiding under my bed. I don't know. So I can't really comment on him specifically, but I do think communism is evil because it subordinates the individual to the collective. And I think America was too weak in dealing with communism. Like, we provided foreign aid to the Soviet Union, I think, to help them prevent mass starvation at certain times. So I think that allowed them to exist much longer than they would have existed. I think the regime would have collapsed sooner if they didn't get aid from the West like that. So I don't think the U.S. was strong enough in dealing with communism. It wasn't self-interested enough. It was altruistic, right? Putting the interests of others ahead of its own. And it ended up, I think the result of that was that an evil regime was perpetuated longer than it needed to be. The U.S. helped prop it up. A regime like that can only survive as a parasite on other regimes. So don't give it any material to parasitize on. What are your thoughts on the Israel genocide? It doesn't exist. That's my thought. That's a smear. They're engaged in a war of self-defense. Why would they roof knock and alert people they're about to bomb someplace if their goal were to just kill everyone? I think there's some obvious counterexamples to the claim of genocide, such as that one, which makes me wonder whether people can honestly think it's a genocide. And they provide food, water, electricity to the Gazans, internet. Why would they do that if their goal is genocide? I don't know if they're still providing it, but at least for a while. But why would they do that if they're trying to genocide? Would you rather live in a fascist or a communist country? Oh, that's a horrible choice. Both are evil. I don't know. Flip a coin. I try to escape. Neither is a friend to the individual. Fascism, at least some forms of it, say the race is the most important thing, like the Aryan race, rather than the individual. And then communism says the proletariat or the community is the most important thing, not the individual. So both are, I think both are forms of anti-individual. But I say the individual is good. That should be paramount. Israel good, but faith bad. That's right. Yeah. Israel is, it's mostly a secular state. I mean, it's not a theocracy like Iran. You have freedom of religion there. You're not going to be killed or jailed if you're an atheist or a Muslim or a Christian. So even though there are some elements of Judaism in the state, which is not good, it should be a completely secular state, completely blind to the issue of religion. So it's not perfect, but I think it's, to a large extent, it's the way it operates is it's a secular state. All right, doing well on the viewers. We're up in the 90s, right? I've been there for a while, and that's good. So thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the likes, the shares. I don't know if I should. Maybe I should take a call. Give my voice a rest. If I talk too much, I'll start to lose my voice. It might start to hurt. So maybe I should take a call. I got 3 people on the list right now. Booyah, Legally Sane, and Dirty Diana. Can you all say something in the chat? Oh, there's one from Dirty Diana. Okay. Sometimes the name gives me hesitation. Your name is giving me some hesitation. Not just the Dirty Diana, but... Oh, is that a... Oh. And you got an emoji there? What is that? Are you giving someone the bird? It's kind of small. It's hard for me to see. Who else we got in here? Oh, Legally Sane. And Goat Booyah. Oh, there's Goat Booyah. Let me click on your profile. Okay, no bio there. Well, that name also gives me a little hesitation. Might have a little bit of vulgarity in there. Maybe not. I'm not sure, but I wonder. Who else we have here? Oh, Legally Sane, right? Did you say something in the chat? Legally Sane? Can you type something in the chat? I want to click on your profile. What's your view on immigration? I support open immigration. At least much more open than it is right now. We have far too many restrictions. It should basically be like back in the days of Ellis Islands. It was much easier. You just get on a boat, you come here, and you're in. It doesn't take years to get in legally or tons of paperwork, thousands of dollars. It was extremely easy. Thanks for sharing the live, number one. I haven't seen a chat from legal. Oh, there's one. I heard you utter something about Aryan race. Yeah, I said that some forms of fascism make the Aryan race paramount. Like, well, maybe I should Google that real quick. Fascism and the Aryan race. In the 1930s and 40s, fascist regimes weaponized the concept of an Aryan race, a pseudo-scientific master race, to justify extreme ethno-nationalism, aggressive expansion, and mass murder. This biological determinism was most central to Nazi Germany, while fascist Italy adopted it later to align with its Axis ally. So that's the sort of thing I was thinking about. It's a kind of collectivism where the race is elevated above the individual, which I think is evil. Is that that's what you wanted to talk about? So far, I guess I don't think I want to take those calls. Um, you say calls will make the live more engaging. Not necessarily. I have found that I often get a lot more viewers by engaging with the chat, and sometimes when I take calls, the viewers start to drop off. So no, calls are not always a ticket to more engaging live stream. I mean, I do appreciate the interest, but I gotta think about what's best for my live stream. And sometimes I think that's just to keep engaging with the chat. All right, now we got somebody else in the chat saying not a genocide. So it looks like maybe there's somebody else agreeing with me. For the first time that I remember seeing today, at least. What's your definition of leftism? Big government, something like that. Just to give you a very simple, quick definition. Like there's a big role for government in terms of social programs like Medicare, Social Security. These are trillion-dollar programs or hundreds of billions of dollar programs. Public education, welfare, public roads. I think the government shouldn't be doing any of those things. Get the government out of it. People should be free to save for their own retirement, their own health care, their own education. Don't force me to pay for your retirement, your education. That's immoral. My money belongs to me. It's not, I don't exist here to serve you. Yet huge government programs force me to do that. They force me to serve others. And they force you to serve me, right? It goes both ways. But I think everybody, you shouldn't be forced to support me. I shouldn't be forced to support you. We should all be free to live our own lives as we choose. What about ICE? I don't like ICE because I think it's, I'm concerned it doesn't respect rule of law and it acts kind of thuggish. And it's enforcing bad laws. So a deeper problem than ICE is the laws it's enforcing. So if you have evil laws, then you're going to have bad things happen when you try to enforce those laws. But what really needs to happen is get better immigration laws so that we don't have people doing the kind of thing ICE is doing. Do you think leftism is socialism? I think socialism is a type of leftism. I don't think it's but there's communism, there's democratic socialism, social democracy. So I think there are different forms of leftism, and socialism is just one type of leftism. Oh, I got Islam Ali here. Hello. How do you agree with abortion? I think it's a way of women, a way that enables women to pursue their own happiness. So if a woman doesn't want to have children, abortion helps her to make that a reality, so that it helps her achieve her happiness if she's a woman who would be happier living without children. So I think it's good. Good for the woman. Not for the fetus, but the fetus doesn't have rights, in my view. Only human beings have rights, and I don't think you're a human being if you're a fetus. You're a potential human being, but you're not yet an actual human being until you're born. That's my view. Is this rage bait? Nope. I actually believe everything I have on my background. Lots of questions about Israel. These must be new people, because I've explained it many times. But that's all right. People are always joining the live at different times. I'll give you a quick explanation. Israel is pro-freedom and pro-rights. That's why I support it. Where would you rather live if you had to choose a country to live in the Middle East? In which country would your rights be respected the most? In one of the theocracies, one of the dictatorships, one of the monarchies, or in Israel? I think it's clear rights are best respected in Israel. Then go live in Israel? Why? That doesn't follow. If I lived in the Middle East, I would want to be in Israel, but I think U.S. is also a good place to live. Someone says, opinion on UAE. UAE, I think it has a veneer of Westernism, modernism, skyscrapers, but it has deep problems. I was just reading about that in a book recently. Let me look up maybe I can give you an example or two about the United Arab Emirates. Here we go. Okay, here's a sentence from a book I was just reading about Israel and the Palestinian conflict. It says, quote, when you see the spectacular skyscrapers in Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, what comes to mind is the graceful skyline of Manhattan, amped up. But behind the trappings of modernity, these regimes are shockingly medieval. In their ambition to enforce thought control, they are of a piece with Jordan, Iran, Saudi Arabia. Let me skip ahead to the paragraph where he talks about the UAE. Dubai, that's in the UAE. So he says, this is a book by Ilan Jorno. That's the author. He writes, a criminal court in Dubai heard a case against a man accused of using what one newspaper described as, quote, bad language, unquote, in statements about the Prophet Muhammad on Facebook. Try to count up the number of times you or your friends have tweeted or posted about how Congress is bungling its responsibilities, how some law is just plain stupid, or how the president has made a wrong decision. The last thing you'd expect is to land up in court. When Ahmad Abdullah al-Wadi gave voice to his perspective on the leadership of the United Arab Emirates, where he lives, he was dragged into court for insulting the regime. Then he was sentenced to serve 10 years in jail. The UAE, like other regimes in the Middle East, actively trolls its own citizens online. I'll just read one more sentence, or a couple more sentences. Three sisters in the UAE who posted comments on Twitter about their brother, whom Amnesty International describes as a prisoner of conscience, were punished by being subjected to something called enforced disappearance. This penalty, used by many dictatorships around the world, is different from being arrested. The government simply abducts you and locks you up incommunicado. No charges, no court hearings. You simply vanish. Sometimes you're let go. Sometimes you're never heard from again. Unquote. That's from Milan Jorno's book. So there's some comments on the UAE. Not a good place to live. Not a friendly country to freedom. Thanks for the roses and the popsicle. And the follows. Thanks for the share, Aiden. Why is altruism bad? Because there's no good reason to place others ahead of yourself. Do you support deforestation? I support freedom to do what you want on your own property. So if you got forests on your own property, you can keep it or cut it down. What about Ayn Rand is good? She came up with a true philosophy, which is super important for achieving happiness. And she wrote brilliant novels. What did Ayn Rand think about Native Americans? I think she had a negative view of them because of their primitivism. But I don't think it's right to attack them if they're being peaceful. Now, if they engage in a massacre, as they sometimes did, against white settlers, then it's justifiable to fight back, but then it's self-defense. But I don't think it's right to initiate force against them. What are your thoughts on transgenderism? I don't know that I have much to say on that. I don't think there it should. I don't think the government should be involved with that. That's an issue that's become politicized in the last decade or maybe more. But I don't really think it should be a political issue. Like, for example, transgender bathrooms or transgender sports athletes. I think that should all be up to private decisions. So if you want to, you're a private owner of a business and you want to have a transgender restroom, you can do that. But if you don't want to do that, no one should, the government shouldn't force you to do that. And likewise with sports leagues, if you want to run a league that allows transgender people to compete, you should be able to do that. The government shouldn't force you to have transgender people or force you not to have transgender people. It should be a private decision up to private individuals and companies. It's not any of the government's business. Do you like capitalism, or do you think it's the best, the worst? No, I like capitalism. Properly understood. It's not what we have today. A lot of people say we've got capitalism in the U.S. today, but we don't. We're far from capitalism, as I understand it. We have tons of taxes and regulations, whereas in a truly capitalist society, you would not have that. Do you believe in welfare? No. Welfare is a violation of my rights. It's not my duty to pay for other people's lives. My life is mine, and you don't have a right to my money. And I don't have a right to your money. But welfare programs say we're going to force you through taxes to support other people. If you want to help someone out voluntarily, you're free to do that. You're always free to do that. But it's immoral to force people to pay for others. Now we got a smear from Goldie, smearing Ayn Rand. Am I going to have to mute or block you, Goldie? What's your opinion on centrism? I don't like it if it just means taking a middle of the road position. I think capitalism is good, and you shouldn't be in the middle of two bad positions. I don't know, what would be an example of a centrist? Someone who is maybe the communists want to abolish all private property, and Democrats and Republicans, they don't want to completely get rid of private property, but they also don't completely support private property because they both support taxation to some extent. So what would the centrist position be there? Halfway between communists who want to completely abolish private property and Democrats and Republicans who want there to be at least a little bit of private property? No. There shouldn't be any amount of violations of property rights. So defining your position by its relation, purely by its relation to other people's positions, it's kind of a vacuous viewpoint. There's really not much substance there. And depending on what you're in the center of, your position can shift. So it seems like a position that doesn't really, it's not really a substantive position. You say you like keeping your own money, but support forced tax dollar donations to Israel? No, I don't support that. I think that's wrong. Now, it's not the worst thing that could be done with tax dollars. Supporting an ally, unlike supporting an enemy, like if you're giving money to Iran or the Taliban, that would be supporting an enemy. At least it's not doing that, but it's still not as good as not forcing people to support any regime. Then why is Israel good? Because it respects freedom and rights. Do you believe in taxes on individuals? No. Why have they never fought boots on the ground with us? I don't know what you mean. Who is they? I'm not sure who you're talking about. Yeah, U.S.'s liberty, I addressed that earlier. I think it was just a case of friendly fire, which unfortunately happens sometimes in war. I feel like Israel isn't really helping the U.S. as much as we help them. Well, one way we do benefit from them is through their use of military technology. I think we learn things about them because they're actually deploying them in war. And I think the U.S. can gain valuable intelligence from that. Why do I think immigration is good? Because I think freedom is good. And when you forcibly stop people from immigrating, you're interfering with people's freedom. I think people have a right to move where they choose as long as they're not violating other people's rights. And just going into a country is not a violation of anyone's rights. Now, if you go on someone's private property, if someone tries to go into your home, that would be trespassing. That would be violating your rights to your own space if they come on in your home without your consent. But the country is not private property. So merely crossing a national border is not trespassing. It's not a violation of someone's rights. Thanks for sharing the live person man. Oh, I got an echo again. Thanks, Elijah. Sometimes that happens. I can fix it real quick. I don't know why that keeps happening. All right, did that fix it? I saw your story on your TikTok page, Elijah. Your abortion seems like that might be your favorite topic to discuss. Someone says it's better. You had a little back and forth where you debate the pro-life and the pro-choice positions. I had a discussion with Elijah on his YouTube channel once, and it's on my channel too. I guess we both have migrated to TikTok because we were both on YouTube, and then now I see we're both on TikTok. I found I get a lot more engagement on TikTok, so I've been spending more time over here lately. Unfortunately, yes, it is. I find it super interesting. I'd love to chat with you about it next live. Okay, yeah, we could talk about abortion sometime. You mean on my live or on your live? We could do either one. Um, I don't have a regular schedule for my lives, but lately I've been doing them every few days. Next time I catch you on live, probably. Okay. Yeah, we can try to do a call on that. Do you think Israel is committing a genocide? No. I think it's engaged in a war of self-defense. If it were committing a genocide, I don't think it would engage in dropping leaflets on places it's going to bomb to give people a warning so they can evacuate. Or it wouldn't engage in roof knocking. It wouldn't supply food, water, electricity, or internet to Gaza if it were engaged in a genocide. And also, doesn't it seem kind of weird that a society that is pro freedom of speech, pro freedom of religion, it tries to respect the rights of its own people. It has Arabs and non-Arabs, Jews and non-Jews in its parliament. Isn't it kind of weird to think a country with that kind of character would want to genocide some other place? I just don't think it adds up. I think it's a smear. Anarcho-objectivism, I think that's a contradiction in terms. Objectivism is anti-anarchy. How is faith bad? It means believing things without evidence. Do you believe that a man rose from the dead? Does that make sense? Or is that something that you can only accept on faith? You can't make logical sense of it. You just have to accept it on faith. Chomsky disproved Ayn Rand on tabula rasa. Really? Why do you say that? Tabula rasa is the idea that people come into the world without knowledge. They're blank slates, and then they learn from experience. That's true. But sometimes tabula rasa is distorted. Uppercase, you're smearing Ayn Rand. You'll stop. Okay, good. Thanks for the follow, Jacob. And uppercase. All right, Goldie. You're making me think I should mute you. I'm going to mute you for at least a little bit, Goldie. You need to be punished at least a little bit for saying something like that. It's interesting. There's no option. So when I mute someone, I can do it for 5 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, or the entire live. That's a big gap between 5 minutes and the entire live. I wish it had an option for like mute somebody for 1 hour or half an hour, but it goes from 5 minutes to the entire live. There's nothing in between. So I'm going to mute you for 5 minutes right now. Gotta Study Max, you asked a question. Do you think it's worth banning people if it lowers engagement? Yeah. Because I want to enjoy my time here, and I don't. If I just have trolls or rude people, then I'm not going to enjoy it. So I want to have a certain level of respect here, and I think that in the long run, I think that's going to be best for the kind of stream I want to do. If it's just low quality engagement, then maybe there's more engagement, but it's low quality. So more engagement is not necessarily better. If it's all garbage, what I want is high quality engagement, and with that, I think it helps to mute and block people, weed out the weeds, right? High quality engagement is what I want, not just engagement. Is the UN right or wrong? I think the UN is wrong in its essence. I think it's a corrupt institution because it invites together under one umbrella evil regimes with good regimes, as if they're all deserving of some kind of equal respectability. Like, you shouldn't be in the same room as a bloody dictatorship. You should ostracize them, not lend them respectability by appearing alongside with them. Do you believe in equality? Depends on what kind of equality. Equality before the law? Yes. Everyone should have. You shouldn't be able to. Like Donald Trump, I think he wants to be above the law, even though lawfully he wasn't the president. He wasn't voted president in 2020. He tried to override the laws and maintain power, steal an election. So he thought he was above the law. I believe in equality before the law. No matter who you are, you should obey the law, at least assuming it's legitimate law. Like, if there's a law that says slavery is good, right, that would be an illegitimate law. And we had slavery in this country, unfortunately. But assuming we have legitimate laws, I believe in equality before the law. But I don't believe in equality of income or wealth. I think it's fine for people to have different levels of wealth. There's nothing wrong with that. So it depends on what sense of equality you mean as to whether I would support it. Some people are more productive than others. They earn more money than others. That's fine. I think it's a violation of someone's right. Like, if I'm much more productive than somebody else and I become rich, then it's not fair to take away my money, which I earn, and give it to someone else in the name of equality. That's immoral. That's stealing. Why don't you bring people up to discuss? Because I'm getting more engagement this way. In my recent streams, I took more calls, but I didn't have as much engagement. So I have more viewers now than I had last time. So maybe overall, people prefer me to engage more of a chat. I get to engage with more people. When I take a call, I only engage with one person, and I don't get as many viewers. But if I get a really tempting guest show up in the list, then I might take the call. Or if someone gives me some money to take a call, that can incentivize me. Josh Barneson says I'm tempting. You are? Why are you tempting? If you have 100,000 followers, that would be tempting. That would help me get a large audience. Or if you send me $100, that would be tempting. Oh, Goldie is back. She says I got an echo. All right. Maybe I should just do this every 10 minutes or so because it keeps echoing every once in a while. Just fixed it. So yeah, maybe I'll just reset my mic every 10 minutes on my own, even if no one says it's echoing, because it might start to echo. Why are you asking if I'm Jewish? What difference does it make? Why does it matter? Why is faith bad? Because it means believing without evidence. You're asking me for a reason, Marshall. Well, faith says don't ask for reasons, just do it. Like Abraham sacrificing his son Isaac. Just obey. That's evil. That's throwing out your own mind, putting your own mind in the trash. I'm not going to try to understand this. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to believe it. I'm not going to ask why. I'm not going to try to understand the reasons. I'm just going to do it. That's throwing out your mind, which is your tool of survival. That's how you survive. We're using the internet right now, which is a product of the minds. All the technology we have, it's a product of the minds. And when you throw out the mind, like in the Dark Ages, the age of faith, you get centuries of stagnation and misery, poverty, stagnation, retrogression, all that knowledge that was discovered by the ancient Greeks and Romans. A lot of it was lost in the Middle Ages when people turned away from reason and adopted faith. Civilization retrogressed, and it became much more barbaric until people turned back to reason in the Renaissance. And Christianity started to wane in its effects, in its influence on the West. Then we had much more progress. We had the scientific revolution and the industrial revolution that built on the scientific revolution. And now we got the technological revolution, the information revolution with the internet. So we're all benefiting right now from the products of the human minds, from the product of reason, which is opposite of faith. Anarcho-capitalism is a contradiction in terms. Capitalism requires a government. If you want a free market, you have to extract force from it. Trump is not in the same category as Rand. He's on the bad side. He's anti what Rand stands for. She's pro-reason. I think he's anti-reason. I think he's an emotionalist. Acts on his feelings, his desires, his wishes. He tries to put his wishes above reality, like he wishes he won the 2020 election. And he can't accept that fact. He still lies to this day about it. So he's anti what Ayn Rand stands for. He puts his wishes over reality, where Ayn Rand, she respects reality. She puts reality first. Which type of determinism are we referring to? Any type. Religious determinism, physical determinism, psychological determinism, economic determinism. I think they're all wrong. Jesus loves you. Well, Jesus also tells me to love my enemy, so having the love of Jesus, I don't think that means much. Why is capitalism good? It respects rights, respects freedom. I don't believe in blind love. Love should be, there should be reason behind it. Don't just love your neighbor because he exists. Love your neighbor if he's done something that has earned him love. Love needs to be earned. It shouldn't be something you give out cheaply. That cheapens it, right? If you love anything, then it cheapens the value of it. It becomes worthless or meaningless. Especially if you love an enemy. Oh, Russ. He says, want to have a discussion about theism now? How about a short one? We can do a short one. We'll see what happens. All right, I got 68 viewers right now. I'll take at least a short call, Russ. And maybe, I've never done this before, but maybe I'll use the viewers as a decision of how long to do the call. Like if it dips down below 50 viewers, I don't know, is that a good... Or I haven't seen it go down to 55 in a while, I think. So how about that? If it goes down below 55 viewers, then I'll end the call. But as long as we can stay at least above 55 viewers, I'll stay on the call. At least for like 5 minutes. And depending on how it goes, maybe longer. All right, so... Oh, I'm echoing a lot. All right, let me fix that again. I gotta change my mic every once in a while. All right, hopefully that fixed it. Okay, so Rust, if you want to come up on those terms, I'll take a call. All right, there you are. Okay, I'm gonna take a call from Russ here. It's down to 58. So we don't have much. I'll give you at least a minute no matter what. Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? Am I coming through okay?
Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh?
Hold on, let me... I guess I could change my...
Hey, can you hear me now?
Are you talking? I still don't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, now I hear you. Now I hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, if you feel if you think the viewers are getting too low, I can dip mine, come back a different time.
I gotta
Um,
mute something. I'm getting an echo. I gotta mute myself here. Okay. All right. So let's go. Theism and atheism.
yeah,
What you got?
yeah. I mean, we could do just me providing an argument. I have two ones that I'm willing to run today. I know I've seen some videos of you talking to people about fine tuning, so maybe you're over that. I have another pretty novel argument, so I don't know if you're familiar at all with the anthropic argument for God's existence.
Um, I haven't heard of that, but you can choose one, whatever one you're most interested in running by me, and we can try that one.
Yeah, we can run. We can run with the anthropic one because I know that you've heard the fine tuning one before. So what the view essentially wants to terminate in, and the overall point that the argument wants to get at is that we should favor worldviews or specific hypotheses that predict more observers or more agents, more possible agents or more possible observers. Um, and this principle is literally called the SIA, the self-indication assumption, which that just wants to say pretty much what I just said. It's just the idea that um, evidence for some hypothesis will be greater than another if that hypothesis can, predict or actualize more possible observers. So, and the reason it says that, and the reason that we should think that is because it gives us, more of a chance to exist, or it increases the likelihood of our existence. And I can provide motivating cases. If you have any questions off the dome about it, I can answer those. Or like I said, I can get straight to the motivating cases.
Okay. Well, speaking of motivating, I'm losing some motivation because I see my viewers have slipped down to we're now in the 30s. So I think this is probably a topic a lot of people are not interested in. So I said I'd bring you up for at least a minute. But if
It's
it's
cool, man. I get it.
so, I got to
Yeah,
do
I'll
what's best
drop.
for my live. So,
Yeah, it's fun.
yeah, maybe we can talk another time about something, either this or something else. But I think I want to see if I can get the viewers back up. But I do appreciate you coming on here.
Yeah, of course. We can talk about abortion next time if that's something that maybe the people want more. But yeah, I'll drop down. Thanks for having me for a little bit.
Yeah, sure thing. Right. Okay. So there's some evidence for you of what I said before. Some people in the chat were saying you got to have callers if you want more engagement, and so, sometimes I take a caller and I get less engagement. So that happens, and I got to consider that. I got to do what's best for my live. I'm trying to grow my audience here, and I appreciate him calling in. I've seen him around. I think he's been on my live stream before, so I wanted to at least have him on for a minute. All right, let me get another another cough drop here. All right, so viewers and money. Those are two ways you can help motivate me. So maybe if Russ wanted to pay me $100, I would take his call, even if it made my viewers drop below 10, because I'm still getting value. But thanks for the roses. See some people sent some roses. What else we have here? No, David, David, I just refuted what you said. Viewers do not necessarily go up with debates. Sometimes they go down. We just saw that happen a minute ago. Bro is caged by money. I'm not getting any money right now. You know how much money I've earned today? I've earned 6 cents. I think that's less than minimum wage. I've been live streaming for over 2 hours, and I've made 6 cents. Am I caged by money? Now, in the long run, I'm hoping that I will make more money. Oh, Deathless Light. I see you in the guest list now. I saw your name here once before. You can also help get my numbers up by sharing the live. I appreciate you all for doing that. What do you want to talk about, Deathless Light? Objectivism? All right, well, that's a lot. There's a lot there. Anything in particular? How about just... actually, let me click on your profile here. Oh, you got 5,000 followers. Creator of apocalyptic mytho-realism. Well, you know, once I had a guest who had almost 1 million followers, and it actually didn't make a big impact on my viewers. It only went up maybe a little bit. I forget what it was. It didn't go over 100. It didn't go over 200. I know that much. Even though he had 1 million followers, so I think it depends somewhat on the nature of your audience. Like maybe you have a lot of followers, but it's for some other reason than because they're interested in debating politics or ethics or philosophy. So even if you come on my stream, it's not necessarily going to translate into a lot more viewers. How about we engage a little in the chat? Deathless Light, you can ask a question or make a comment. I don't know if I want to take a call right now, but we can at least engage through the chat. I can't fit my ideas in these chat logs. Well, how about breaking them down into small pieces? Bite-sized pieces. You can utter one sentence at a time. What's your opinion on Anthem by Ayn Rand? I think it's a great book. My ideas are too abstruse. I was kind of getting that flavor from when I looked at your bio. If your ideas are too abstruse, it might not make for a good call. People might not be interested in it. What's altruism? It means living for other people instead of yourself. Stop chewing in the mic. It sounds nasty. I'm sucking on a cough drop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the noise. I can try to move the mic a little further, but then it might be too low, the volume. Sometimes when I listen back to the replay, the recording, it sounds too low. So there's a compromise between good volume and no mouth sounds. Why is Israel good? Because it respects rights and freedom. It's not a dictatorship. It's not a monarchy. It's not a theocracy. T. Lucas says, respects rights. I'm out. Okay. Whose rights and whose freedom? Anyone's. You have equal rights if you're an Arab or a non-Arab, Jew or non-Jew in the state of Israel. for the most part. There are some, I think they do give some preference to Jews on some issues, and I think that's bad. They shouldn't. But at least you won't be killed or jailed because of your religion. You're not going to interact with me anymore, are you? Says Goldie. Well, I just interacted with you there. There's too many chats for me to engage with all of them. I have to pick and choose. Maybe if you put some money behind your chat, I would more likely engage with it. Or some TikTok gifts. What is supernaturalism? Belief in things that don't make sense. How about that for a definition? Things that don't make rational sense, don't make logical sense. Like a guy rising from the dead. Caleb, you've been kind of pushy, haven't you? I don't know if I should engage with your questions if you're being pushy. Can you define an ism? An ideology? Some kind of belief system? Isn't property itself a collective agreement? I don't know about that. If I produce something, it should be my property because I'm the one who produced it. Like if I'm on an island by myself and I build a shelter, that's my property. If someone else comes on the island, they have no right to my shelter. They have to build their own shelter, whether we agree to that or not. So I think property, yeah, I'm not sure I would, it can involve some kind of agreement, but, well, let me not continue that thought. I don't think it was going to be clear. Caleb, do you want to have a civil, respectful exchange? I thought maybe you were being pushy before. Oh, Jack. I remember you were, I think you were being very patient and polite. Yeah, asking for a long time before. You know what, Jack? Since you were patient and polite last time, I'm going to give you a chance, at least for a minute. Just for a minute, at least. That's all I'm guaranteeing because, as I said, now, see, I'm back up to 70 viewers right now. I took a caller earlier, and it went down to the 30s, just like within a minute or so. So I got to keep my viewers up. So if it's a very interesting call, people will stick around, and they will want to hear it. But if the viewers start to drop off, then I'm going to have to end the call and come back to the chat. But I will give you at least a minute. So you can think of what you want to talk about in the first minute. And I guess if the viewers, I'll give you the same number I gave before. If they start dropping below 55, then I'll end the call. But as long as they're above that, we can talk for at least 5 minutes. All right, here we go. We're going to try a call with Jack. Hello.
Hey dude, what's up?
Doing a live stream.
Yeah, so like what I wanted to ask you about is like your main talking points seem to come from a perspective that values individualism and the ability to have individual freedoms. But what kind of bothers me is that when I remember you talked about this live stream before. In your defense of capitalism, you said that an ideal society would have capitalistic ventures that wouldn't really have regulation from a public sector. So it would just be kind of unregulated, like just a free market in its purest sense. But it's been proven time and time again that just doesn't work. Like every single modern global and operating economy is based in a nation that uses a mixed economy. And when you say anarchism is bad, you're arguing for anarcho-capitalism. So that's just a contradiction, just plain and simple. Because without some kind of involvement from the public sector, whether it be for redistribution, policy, in terms of just general trading, without that, you have anarchy. You have an anarchaic economy, and it just won't function.
Okay, so I'm opposed to anarchy. I'm also opposed to the mixed economy. I don't think regulations help. I think they hurt. I think they make things worse.
But why?
Well, I think fundamentally they're contrary to human nature. And I like to get into fundamentals here. So
Okay.
we are being to survive by our reason, our rational minds. And
But
we use reason to produce technology. I was talking earlier on the live stream about how through
okay.
scientific innovation, we were able to use this technology we're using right now, like the internet.
I get
But
that. What I'm saying, Dan, is
yeah,
that I'm Mr. Norton. I don't really know what you want me to
no,
call
you can
you.
call me Dan.
All right. Well, Dan, the problem is that all of those things were only possible with a mixed economy. I'm, and that's just the truth. Global like scientific, like discoveries that would lead to technological advancements to the scale that would allow us to experience these individual freedoms were because of the implementation of a very complex mixed economy. Um, we need regulations. They're responsible. They're the backbone of society. They're just if you want to argue that human nature is what should be valued above all, human nature is not technological advancement to such this degree. Like if you going to fundamentals, you're basically arguing for economic tribalism. That's
No,
what
I'm
you're
arguing for individualism.
but
So
what I'm saying is that if you approach economics with a view of policy that values individualism above all, and you do that by just removing all regulations, you end up with it. Well, I mean, that's by definition, it's an anarchaic economy. And what happens in an
no,
anarchaic
it's
economy,
not. Not. So I
it would
distinguish
be
between
without
laws and
regulation, the private
regulations.
sector would basically form tribal economies. And they would form collectives over time. That's just what happened without these laws. Like monopolies were rampant until trusts were busted. That's just
Okay,
how it
hold
works,
on,
man.
hold on. So I think you might misunderstand what I mean by regulations, and you take it to mean that I'm against when I say there shouldn't be regulations. Maybe you take that to mean I think there shouldn't be laws. If that is what you think I
What
mean, it's not what I mean. So I need to correct that. That's
laws
very
are
important.
regulations.
No,
If a
no,
regulation is wrote in policy,
no.
then I mean, there's difference between like there's technically a difference, but you need to if there's that much nuance in your definition of regulation, then what would your definition of regulation be?
A law that initiates force, like a minimum wage law, that would be an example of a regulation that coerces people who would be happy to engage in a voluntary transaction. Like, let's say I want to work for $5.
Okay, so
an
a
hour.
regulation is
The government
something
says, no, you're not allowed to do that. We're forcing you not to take that job. We're forcing the employer not to let
Dan,
you take that job. That's an
okay,
initiation of force.
okay.
But a law
Laws
against
that
robbery
don't
is
require
not.
coercion are also initiators of force. There are
Laws
so many
do not
laws, Dan,
require
that don't
force.
require coercing someone to engage in an action that is involuntary economically, that are forceful. Criminal charging requires the forceful, like if someone commits a murder,
Yes,
you have
that's
that's a
retaliatory
regulation. That's a
force.
law that's forceful.
No.
By your definition, are we
No.
talking about only economic regulations?
No, the
Because
distinction
all
is
laws
between.
are what you just define a law as something that forces you to abide by. That's
No.
what.
No. Let me explain.
Okay.
There's a distinction between retaliatory force and initiated force. If I walk up to someone on the street, some random person who I've never seen before, they never did anything bad to me, I punch them in the face, that's initiating force. If that person now punches me back, that is not initiating force. That's retaliatory force.
I'm understanding your perspective now more.
But now
What
the police, when they enforce a law against, let's say, robbery, that is retaliatory force. It's the robber who goes and robs someone. He's the one who's initiating force. When the police come in to stop him, they are using retaliatory force. They're retaliating against the force that he initiated. It's not the same thing. So laws, regulations
I understand
are
what you're
laws that
trying to
initiate
get
force.
at, but the entire purpose of these economic regulations is to not be an initiator of force, but to enable the flow of money and equity so that the GDP grows on a global scale. These are all economic regulations, at least in the US, are not meant to be initiatory in force. They are all retaliatory. They compensate for something like underemployment or overinflation. That's what they do.
Well, they are themselves initiations of force, so I don't know how much sense it makes to say we're not trying to initiate force while we're doing it.
You have to get specific on this then.
I gave you an example, like the minimum wage laws. They're using force to stop people from engaging in voluntary transactions.
But voluntary transactions, I feel like it sets a standard based on a humanitarian perspective, not one that is just like, oh, voluntary action. Involuntary action is like inherently amoral. That doesn't make any sense. Do you think that altruism is that bad, that egoism just values anything that strongly?
Is it right for me to force you? Like, are you okay with me overriding your voluntary decisions? Let's say I don't know if you're religious. Let's say you go to church.
But there's voluntary decisions.
Can I forcibly stop you?
That's a social freedom. These are for economic systems. There's an entirely different set of there's entire sets of ethics dedicated to both of these topics, and economic regulations are not the same as regulations on social freedoms in any way. They have so many connections, but the entire purpose of economic regulations is to enable social freedoms or to grow the economy.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
Whether that's what the reasoning behind them is or not, there's still a violation of my rights.
Dan,
I don't care about the intentions of the politicians who wrote the laws.
If you don't care about the intentions of like literally what an economy should do to maximize sorry, I'm really stuttering. But an economy in the US, a mixed one, really approaches social freedoms from a utilitarian perspective, where it maximizes them and tries to minimize the damage caused. At least in most administrations that we've had, arguably, I would say. What I don't like about your argument is that you removing the idea of economic regulations in the private sector, it won't increase social freedoms. It seems like it would, because it removes like involuntary acts like the minimum wage and stuff. Like if no one is you're being forced to pay your employees a minimum wage, but that is to enable people to have social freedoms across classes. If you're arguing for human nature to be dominant in the economy, then you're really arguing for income inequality and wealth inequality on a massive scale.
I have no problem with those. Those are fine. Income inequality.
Wealth and income inequality?
Yeah. What I have a problem with is freedom inequality. What I have a problem with is you thinking you have a right to tell me what to do with my money? Or you telling me how much I can hire someone for? Or you telling someone how much they can work for? That's inequality. That's the kind of inequality that I care about. When you think some
Inequality
people should be
between whom?
free to coerce others.
So inequality between you and the government because they are the ones coercing?
Yeah, or I guess you could also think of it.
The government has to
anyone who
abide by
votes
these
for
rules
that.
too.
No, you don't need to have a minimum wage law.
The
and there
government
wasn't
has to
always
pay
one.
its workers a minimum wage.
All right, we're getting into a kind of a nitty-gritty technical issue there with minimum wage.
That's not a technical issue. The government has to pay workers in the public sector a
the
minimum
fundamental
wage.
here is
These are to
freedom.
enable social freedoms, not to restrict them.
Where do you get the
Fundamentally,
right?
that is their purpose.
Where
and
do you
you're
get the right to
ignoring
tell
the
me how much
entire
I can
intent.
hire someone for?
There's also effects of this that are visible.
Hold on, can you answer this question? Where do you
Yeah,
get the right to tell me how much I can hire someone for? And where do you get the right to tell someone how much they can work for?
I would imagine they derive that from labor value statistics.
Okay, so I don't know what that means. You think you have some statistical formula that gives you a right to bully me, to force me to do something that you think is good, even though I don't see it that way?
Do you think having wage standards is bullying?
When you force it on me, yeah.
But wage standards aren't always
forced it on
forced.
someone
It's the
else.
minimum wage.
No, it
Well,
is
are you-
force. This is force.
I think the really only forceful thing, and I think the only thing you could argue is initiative. I don't really think it's really retaliatory force on social inequality.
Minimum
You
wage
can
is
if
initiating force.
if you're saying that social inequality is not being able to have this for this coercive force to be absent, then maybe, but I just don't think that's the case. I think that these regulations are there to engage social freedoms. And sir, can you repeat what you just said? I'd like to just catch up on it. I'm trying to remember now.
I asked you, why do you think you have a right to force your view on me or on
But
someone?
I'm not forcing my view.
You
on you.
are.
This is an open discussion.
You are. If you support minimum wage laws, you're supporting forcing your view on other people.
Well, I guess in policy, yeah, I guess you'd be right, Dan. Because it's a forceful act, but I feel like it doesn't really matter if the act is of force because those are humanitarian standards in the U.S. If you
Doesn't
don't
matter
like
if
a
it's
minimum
force.
wage law, it's there to increase social freedoms and to decrease wealth inequality. If you don't like that as a concept, then this nation is not one that abides by that.
Okay, well, this is an anti-freedom viewpoint, so you're not in favor of freedom.
Anti-freedom and anti-economic freedom?
You're not in favor.
What about on a mass scale? What if we approach this from a utilitarian view, Dan, where you're trying to maximize economic freedom as a whole among the entire population, rather than in instances where it might be limited because of redistribution?
You're actually violating economic freedom if you support minimum wage laws.
Yeah, no, I know, I get what you're saying now. I'm asking you a question. I'm saying what you're approaching this from a view that freedom is being violated in cases where the individual is being prioritized, which is true. If there is someone who is running a business and they want to maximize their profits, of course they're not going to pay their employees like the minimum wage. They don't want to. It takes away money from their pockets, and you could argue that's a coercive force. But what about the worker? Don't they have some kind of right to economic freedom?
The worker wants it too. You're also violating the rights of the worker because the worker has voluntarily agreed to this, and they said, "I want this job at this rate, and that's the only rate you're willing to offer." So you're depriving this worker of a job that they want.
What if the only rate that the private sector is willing to offer is one that isn't living? That's why the minimum wage was set. It was because. Do you know what
Your
Dan,
view of what is a living wage is not the same as the view of the person who wants this job. They think it would be good for them, but you want to impose your view of what is good for them and I'm going to be paternalistic and tell you that you're not fit to decide for yourself. I'm going to be like your parent, your daddy, and say, nope, this is not good for you. I'm not going to let you make your own decision. I'm going to step in and force you to abide by what I think is good, not what you think is good. Where do you get the right to do that?
Yeah. I mean, the government has a set of morals that they follow that prioritizes social freedom and minimizing wealth inequality, which is why a minimum wage is set. This happened after the 1922 stock crash with Keynesian economics that were implemented by the Keynesian president, FDR. He was, I mean, there were so many more after that that kept the policy mostly until the Reagan era. But if you're approaching this from a perspective that it just prioritizes like nature, the lack of all regulations in the economy, so that if someone, an individual, wants to prioritize their gain, and they have the right to prioritize their gain from your perspective, then if they start a company and they hire workers, they're not going to pay them that much. We've been over this, but what the problem that happens is that when you let capitalism like that go completely unregulated, when it's a system, you know it to be called anarcho-capitalism, what happens is collectivism in the market.
It's not anarchic. You're saying it's anarchic?
Anarchic, and listen, anarchic, it does not refer to a social, anarchy refers to a social system of government, but an anarchic thing just refers to one that does not have regulation. If you have an anarchic government, it means it is decentralized, completely free, without any intervention from a public sector.
I don't think that's a good use of the term anarchic.
That is the literal definition of anarcho-capitalism.
Okay, well, I would need to look into, I don't know why you say it's the literal definition. When I think of anarchy, I think of the lack of a government, no laws, or people just make up their own laws. And that's completely contrary to capitalism. But I think that's maybe not the most important issue to discuss. I think the more interesting issue...
Dan, there's a major contradiction there. If you don't like the system, anarchy is a system, do you not like anarchy? Well, no one likes anarchy because it innately leads to tribalism. This is just studied stuff. This is not even arguable. If someone comes in here and argues anarchy is good, they're off the rocker, dude. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying that anarch, like that, as it's a literal root. It's a stem word from Latin, dude. Anarcho means without law.
You're kind of using the bad reputation of anarchism
that you're arguing for.
I think it seems like maybe you're using the bad reputation of anarchism and kind of smuggling in by use of this adjective anarchic, and then when I call attention to it,
anarcho-capitalism is in the dictionary.
I'm not really talking about anarchism. I'm just saying it's anarchic. It's like anarchy-like. But no, I think that's a radical.
Dan, this isn't like some fallacy or some word that I'm making up on the spot. This is in Merriam-Webster. Anarcho-capitalism is a documented economic system that has been implemented in many countries before.
All right, we gotta wrap this up because I see we're down under 50. So I'll give you, if you want to say any last words before I move on, go ahead. I'll give you.
I would like you to look into anarcho-capitalism as an economic system. That's it. That's because it really is what you're arguing for. I'm not trying to like get.
Not at all.
What I mean. I don't think you understand what anarcho-capitalism is because you seem to treat it like it's a phrase that I'm making up.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for your call.
I appreciate you letting me debate on here. So
sure thing.
Anyways,
okay.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Thanks to Jack for calling in. We were able to stay above 55 for most of the time. I don't know how long that was going on. Like, what was that? Like 15 minutes? Something like that. So kudos to Jack for being able to keep the audience numbers up for that long. Appreciate it. All right, so you got some other guests. Yeah, so anarcho-capitalism, I think that's a contradiction in terms. And that's certainly, I've got anarchy in my bad category. And then it seemed like maybe he was shifting. It's just too obvious that I don't support anarchy. But then he was saying, okay, yeah, but it's anarchic. Okay, but then what really is the difference here? Because I don't want some laws that he thinks there should be, like regulations. Now it's suddenly because I don't want those laws. Now I'm supporting an anarchic system. I don't buy that. I think that's kind of, as I said, I think that might be sort of using the bad reputation of anarchy to tarnish my view by saying it has an anarchic-like character to it. Okay, but thanks again for the call. Jack says, these are my final words. I might post this later on my YouTube channel. I've been posting all my lives from TikTok over there. YouTube, Dan Norton 1 on YouTube. So that call, I think it'll either end up on my YouTube channel either as part of the entire stream, or I might just clip it out and post that call on its own. I'll decide that later, but some way or another, I think there's a good chance you'll be able to get access to that in the next few days. Where's your PhD from? UC Davis. W. Dan, thanks. What is your PhD in? Philosophy. Thanks for the follow, Brennan. Why do you say free will isn't real? Oh, Eric is back. I had a call with Eric once. And later I think I saw some chats from you that were rubbing me the wrong way. Perhaps disrespectfully. Perhaps disrespectful chats. Why are you asking if I'm Jewish? Why does that matter? I wonder if that's the most common question I get after the question, what do you think about Israel? What difference does it make whether I'm Jewish? How is free will real? I just observe it. Doesn't it seem like you're in control of yourself? Do you like Sam Harris? Well, not on the issue of free will. He's a determinist. But I think he's also a leftist. I think he makes some good criticism sometimes of Trump, who I oppose. But you notice I have Trump and leftism in the bad category. So I think he's good on some things, like maybe also Islam. I think he's willing to criticize Islam, even though I think that offends many people. Like if he criticizes jihadism, Islamism. So I give him credit for that. But I do have many disagreements with him. I don't follow him much, so I'm not very familiar with his views. What is inherently wrong with Islam? Jihad and Islam are not synonymous. Well, I think any religion is wrong if it promotes belief in the supernatural or faith as opposed to reason. And I don't think Muhammad was a very peaceful guy. He spread Islam by the sword, did he not? That's a way to get converts. Tell them, convert or die. I got to change out my AirPods because my battery's getting low. Just a sec. And whenever I do that, I also have to change my mic back to my podcast mic. Okay, there we go. Okay, back up into the 60s here. It's good to see. So we got another person asking, are you Jewish? Why does it matter? What's the hate on altruism for? Because it's anti-self. It says I should subordinate myself to others. Why should I do that? I'm the most important thing for me, and you're the most important thing for you. That's how I see it. And there's no reason to put someone else ahead of yourself. But we should care for others. I'm not against caring for others as long as there's a self-interested reason to do it. Like if someone is your friend, you care for your friend. That's because they matter to you. They're of value to you. But altruism would say, care about someone even if they're not your friend, even if they're your enemy. Love your enemies. That's what Jesus said. Love your enemies. That's self-sacrificial. That's bad for you. But if someone adds value to your life, like a friend or a romantic partner, then yeah, you should care about them. If you didn't care about them, you'd be making your own life worse. If you were a rude jerk to your friend, they're not going to want to be your friend much longer. If you cheat on your romantic partner, treat them like dirt, you're not going to have a good relationship with them. So it's in your self-interest to treat others well, if doing so adds value to your life. USA is good. Yeah. How does that relate to hating on my girlfriend? I don't know. Why are you hating on your girlfriend? Doesn't seem like a healthy kind of relationship. If you're, I mean, people can go through some rough times, and it might be appropriate in some context to say, hey, you did something bad here. But if you're generally hating on your girlfriend, it seems like there's probably something off there about that relationship. What's your opinion on Tucker Carlson? Very bad. Very bad. I think he is, well, he platforms people who shouldn't be platformed, for one thing, like Nick Fuentes, or this historian who was sympathetic to Nazism or thought Churchill was the bad guy in World War II. And he says he was, didn't he? I heard he said he was attacked by demons in the night or something. So, which is, I think, a pretty kooky thing to say and believe. I think he's also anti-Israel. So, and he was pro-Trump, at least for a while, which is very bad. So there's a variety of things about Tucker that I think are very bad. Opinion on Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, very bad. Assuming that if you're talking about the guy who trafficked children, that's very bad. Now we got someone saying, stop ignoring me. Well, just because you're in my list doesn't mean I'm going to take a call. I got to think about whether it's a good idea to take the call. Sometimes it's better to engage with chat. This is the most Jewish list I have ever seen. Why is that? Is atheism a Jewish position? Engage with me about regulations. They're bad because they coerce people. As I just discussed on the last call, I don't know if you were here for it. Why won't you talk about Israel? I've been talking about Israel a lot. You must have just got here, Bobby. That's the most common question I get is about Israel. Do you think an entry-level position should be enough to live off of? It could be. Think about people who live on $1 a day or $2 a day in sub-Saharan Africa. Entry-level position pays a lot more than that. There are many different standards of living you could have. You're probably not going to be able to afford a private jet if you have an entry-level position, but doesn't mean you can't live off of it. Many people do. Engage with me about Israel and I'll send you a galaxy. How much is a galaxy worth? Oh, $5 to $7. Oh, I would definitely engage with you on Israel about that for $5 to $7. $7.50. I've done it for free. But I would have more incentive to engage with you if you sent me a galaxy. Sub-Saharan African life is pretty characteristically atrocious. Also, the cost of living is lower. The point is just to illustrate that you can live off an entry-level position if we're talking about a Western country. If people can live as they do in sub-Saharan Africa, then you can live off of an entry-level position. So I think this term living wage is bogus. It's kind of meaningless. What is a living wage? Live how? Live as someone in sub-Saharan Africa? They're living, right? Not very well, but they're living. Live as a millionaire? Live as a billionaire with a private jet? They're living too, at a much different standard of living. So what the heck is a living wage? It's just kind of an arbitrary term that anyone can meet anything by. Anyone who wants to impose their view on others can just say, oh, you're not paying a living wage. The heck is that? Thanks for sharing the live, Emilol. Do you believe everyone has a right to a residence, 3 meals a day, and basic health care? You only have a right to what you can get by voluntary means. What would it mean to say everyone has a right to a residence? Does that mean that you have to be provided with a residence sheerly by virtue of the fact that you exist? And if no one provides you a residence for free, then your rights are being violated? No. No one has a right to a residence if that's what you mean. You don't have a right to stuff that other people are forced to provide for you. You have a right to a residence if you earn it. If you pay for it, you work a job, you earn some money, you put down down payments, or you rent an apartment, then you have a right to live there. You've earned it. But you don't just have a right to stuff. If that means other people have to force you to, other people are forced to give it to you, whether or not you've provided them anything in return for it. Who pays you to promote Israel? Sounds like a loaded question. Look at Arya saying, I'm bored, you're not answering anything. I've been answering things for the whole time. What are you talking about? If you really want me to answer your question in particular, you can send me a TikTok gift. Let me see who I got gifts from here. I got some roses from Gotta Study Max, Studio, Donnie Blue, Trine, Devier Lloyd, and I got a popsicle from Dirty Diana. All adding up to 6 cents. Those are my wages. You talk about a living wage. Am I getting a living wage? I got 6 cents for about 3 hours of live streaming. Tap water. I saw you say you looked like there was a smear from you of Ayn Rand before, if I recall correctly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a smear. As if there's something wrong with taking Social Security when you've been forced to pay into it. Ayn Rand was not against taking Social Security. She was against there being a program in the first place. But if there is a program like Social Security where you are forced to participate in it, then there's nothing wrong with benefiting from it. It's like criticizing someone in the Soviet Union who's standing in bread lines, someone who says there shouldn't be government control over the food supply, we should have private markets. Saying, oh, you're a hypocrite, you're standing in the bread lines waiting for your pittance. What a hypocrite you are. Does that make sense? Ayn Rand was in Soviet Russia. She grew up in Russia. She certainly opposed their communism. Does that mean she shouldn't have taken bread from them if that's the only way she could eat? No. Why is Israel across from regulations? It's just a coincidence. A couple of the topics, I guess, two or three of the rows in my list, they don't really sync up on either side. The first few do, but once you get down to abortion, immigration, USA, Israel, those aren't related to the things on the other side. All right, got a lot of followers today. I got 24 new followers. Thank you. Why is determinism bad? Because it's not true. How are you a pro-Israel atheist? Israel is a largely secular state. There's freedom of religion. You can be Jew, you can be Muslim, you can be Christian, you can be atheist. You won't be thrown in jail. So it respects freedom of religion. It's not a theocracy like Iran. Now, many people are religious to their detriment, I think. I think it would be better if Israel were 100% secular. It does favor Jews somewhat unfairly, and that's bad. But it's not a theocracy. What introspection has led you to believe determinism to be false? Oh, I had a conversation with you in a previous live stream. My observation that I control my own mind. And maybe I should also add my own body. Like I'm controlling the motion of my arm. Feels like it's in my control. Doesn't feel like it's out of my control. Like when the doctor taps your right below your taps the mallet on your knee and your leg kicks out, it feels like it's out of your control. By contrast, when I'm moving my arm right now, that does not feel like it's out of my control. So that would be an example of an observation that suggests to me I'm in control of myself. I like your list, says Ronnie. All right. Nice. If a human cannot be survived by their own means, should they be helped to survive? Maybe. But they shouldn't be forced to help. Like if there's someone you want to help out with voluntary charity, it might be good for you to help them out if you value the person. Maybe you have a friend or a relative who's fallen on hard times, and you value that person, and maybe you should. Maybe it would be good for you to help out the person. But if it's someone you don't value, someone who's evil, who wants to destroy you, perhaps like a Hamas soldier, then I don't think you should help that person. I'm not taking guests at the moment. I think my viewers sometimes go down when I take guests. I had a deal with the last couple of callers that if it goes below 55, then I would drop them. I would end the call. Right now, it's in the 50s. Um, why do you have faith is bad? Because it's bad to believe things without evidence, which is what it means to take something on faith. What about a baby who you don't know if they're good or bad? I think it's if you want to. It's I don't think there's any obligation. There's no moral duty to help. But like if I just see a random baby on the street, I've never seen that before. But if I did, I would probably want to help it. I'd go see what's going on and help it out because I don't want to see a baby suffer unnecessarily. That makes me feel bad. But if you force somebody, if you put a gun to my head and say, I'm going to force you to help this baby, then that's bad. Helping a random baby wouldn't benefit you? Well, it depends. How many random babies are there? Well, I just said if I came across one, I would help it out. But I'm not going to spend my whole life helping babies. Like, what if there's a billion babies? Do I have to spend my whole life doing nothing but helping babies because there's just one after another after another? And I never get to live my own life because there's always a baby suffering somewhere. Now I got to put my own happiness first. The purpose of my life is not to serve others, it's to serve my own happiness. What if you lived your own life and helped babies? I mean, you can if that's your job. Let's say you're a you're a nurse. Then you might spend your whole life helping babies, but then you're compensated for it, right? You get paid to do it. So it's in your interest. What I'm saying is you shouldn't do it at the expense of your own happiness. But if it makes you happy, go for it. Thanks for the follow, Preston. Can you explain your take on immigration being good, and what are some of your own counter arguments? It's good because freedom is good, and people should have freedom of movement. To interfere with that is to violate someone's freedom. And crossing a national border does not violate anyone's freedom. If they go onto your property, into your yard or your home, that would be a violation of your freedom if they don't have your consent. But a nation is not private property. So just crossing a border is not trespassing onto somebody's property. Do you think men should be allowed in women's sports? It should be up to whoever runs the sport. The government should not be involved with that. If you want to start a sports league, you can make the rules. the government has no right to force anyone to allow men or not allow men. It's like when you ask, should men be allowed in women's sports? It's like asking, should men be allowed in your home? It's your home. It's up to you. It's your private property. If you want to allow men in, okay. If you don't want to allow men, okay. But it's your private property. Government has no business telling you what to do. Same thing with men and women's sports. You have a question on immigration? Can you just ask it in the chat? That was enjoy mixes. I'm engaging with chat right now. But if you think you can keep my viewers up by doing a call, then I would consider a call. I can keep your viewers up. How? How are you going to do that? If you had a lot of followers, I can see how you would do it. Like if you had 1 million followers, a lot of your audience might come over here and listen. But if you don't have a lot of followers, how are you going to keep my viewers up? Just one question? What's your one question? Can you just type it in the chat? I think talking about Israel would spike the count up. Oh, well, I've been talking about Israel. At least with the chat. I was thinking about changing my background to say something to make Israel more prominent on it. Right now it's just one line among many. But I was thinking of making it a lot more prominent. Like changing it to say Israel is good and Hamas is evil or something like that. And that's all it said in big letters. Maybe that would attract a lot more viewers. I just know you got a "Don't Tread on Me" flag in the garage. What do you think of Christianity? I think it's largely bad. It promotes faith and self-sacrifice. And both of those are very bad. Faith is anti-reason. And self-sacrifice is anti-happiness. Sounds like a lie, Moochie. A smear. Do you think the government should accept immigrants equally from all countries? I'm not sure. There's some where I think it should be cautious, like Gaza. Well, it's not really a country, but territory. Or Iran. Places where you know there are people, a significant number of people who are threats, Islamists, for example. Now, I don't think there should be quotas, so I'm against quotas on immigration. But if you have specific reason to think there are threats, a lot of threats coming from a certain area, then I think it's reasonable to have more scrutiny on people coming from those areas. But I don't know how that would work out. Like if someone wants to come, I mean, there are a lot of people in Iran who want to overthrow the theocracy, which is good, I think. So a lot of people, I think, would like to live in the U.S. So maybe, I think maybe people should just be treated as innocent until proven guilty. So if someone wants to fly here from Iran, I don't see that it's appropriate for the government to screen them. Now there might be, I think, private airlines, they can screen. Like, you don't want someone hijacking your plane. So if you're in international, if you're an airline, it might be in your interest to screen out people. So maybe not allow just anyone from any country to take a flight on your plane to the U.S. But that's not an immigration issue. That's just a safety issue. Whether you're flying internationally or domestically, you don't want someone on your plane who's going to hijack it. So even if it's not appropriate for the government to screen people who want to immigrate via air travel, that doesn't mean there's not going to be any screening at all. There still very, very well may be screening done by private companies like airlines or airports, which would also be private. We got to get the government out of the airline industry and making everybody go through these security lines and taking off their shoes because one guy many years ago tried to put a bomb in his shoe. Now they're treating everyone as guilty until proven innocence, which I think is a bad approach. What really needs to happen is we have to have a better foreign policy and take a stronger stance against countries where terrorism is a threat to us, not inconvenience Americans because of what people do from another country. Thanks for sharing the live, Bob. What are your views on the combination of the U.S. military and the Israeli military? Well, I think Israel should be treated as an ally, but I don't think they need... I don't know why you say combination. I mean, if they're working together as allies, I think that's fine. But I think America, if it just got out of the way of Israel, Israel would be okay. Like, if it didn't pressure Israel to engage in ceasefires with Hamas so that Hamas has time to regroup, then Israel could just finish off Hamas. And it should have done that many years ago. And then there would have been no October 7th and no mass casualties following October 7th. So I think Israel or America has not been a good ally to Israel insofar as it has pressured it to engage in ceasefires and negotiate with terrorists to get hostages. I don't think that's good. Isn't punishing individuals for violent crimes that they personally enjoy pro-collectivism? Punishing individuals for violent crimes? How? That's not pro-collectivism. That means they're being held accountable for what they have done as individuals. individualism doesn't mean you can commit crimes against other people. You can't violate other people's rights. That's not in your self-interest. This has to be viewer bait. That's another comment I got a lot. I think the three most common comments I get are, what do you think about, why is Israel in the good category? Are you Jewish? And this has to be bait, rage bait. I gifted, can I ask a question? What was your gift? A rose? Oh yeah, I see you sent a rose. Thanks for the rose. Sure, you can ask a question. DannyDimes Daddy. Accept my request? No, I meant in the chat. You can ask me in the chat a question. Unless you make a much bigger gift. I get about 1 cent from each rose. If you give me $1, I'll let you up for at least 1 minute. What do you think about the over-immigration? Oh, hold on. Let me click on your profile. Oh, wow. You got 9,000 followers. Oh, maybe I should let you up. Although having a lot of followers doesn't necessarily mean it's going to make my viewership increase. But I'll do at least a minute call with you. We can. You ask, what do you think about the over-immigration of Islamists to Western Europe? And the idea of nationalism there. Okay, so immigration in Europe. I guess we can talk about that a little. All right, well, I'll make the same deal I made with the previous callers. As long as we stay above 55 viewers, I'll keep you on. Right. Well, right now it's below that. It's 52. So if it goes above 55, I'll take your call and for at least a minute, and I'll keep you on as long as it stays above 55. In the meantime, I can start addressing. So Europe in immigration, I think it is a somewhat different situation than the U.S. There's so I think Europe needs to get tougher on its Muslim population. I think it plays it has kid gloves on the way it deals with them sometimes. It doesn't throw the book at them, the book of the law, and make them fully accountable for their crimes. So I think it goes soft on them. And if there's been these problems with like grape gangs in Europe. I don't follow it closely, but my understanding is that they're too lenient, and they allow these enclaves of like places where there's Sharia law or something like that, people who want that sort of law, and they give them a pass. They don't apply the full force of their Western law against the Muslim populations, and then, hey, surprise, surprise, you get crime. So I think The problem is not that, or the solution to Europe's problems is not that they need to start restricting immigration more. It's that they need to get more serious about enforcing their laws and not giving special consideration or exemptions to Muslims in their country. So I'll say that about Europe and immigration. All right, DannyDimes, I'm going to take you for at least a minute. We're above 55, and we'll see how it goes. All right. So stick around, people, if you want to keep Danny on. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Norton. How are you?
All right. What's up?
So I guess just going off that last point, how do you think that leads to immigration not being, or how does that lead to immigration being good in your mind with all the points you just said?
Well, I think it's a type of freedom. I think immigration is a type of freedom. It means you're free to move to wherever you like, as long as you're not trespassing on someone's personal property. Like, I can't just immigrate to a country and go into somebody's home. That's their personal property. But a country is not private property. So simply crossing a national border does not constitute trespassing. That's how I think of it. And it's a violation of somebody's freedom to forcibly stop them from going somewhere that does not involve trespassing on someone's property.
So do you think it's outside of a government's right to decline immigrants based off the country they're from?
To define immigrants?
Decline. Not want to accept immigrants based off of if they're from a country.
Yeah, I don't see that it's the proper role of the government to monitor where people are coming from. I think the only reason that could justify doing something like that is if there was a threat, and let's say that Gaza was a country, and there's a very high probability that people who come from there are threats, physical threats to people in the U.S., let's say, then I think there's a reasonable argument there to be made that the U.S. could restrict people coming from Gaza.
Okay, yeah, I see it dropped under 55, so I'll let you go.
Oh, well, I'll give you another minute if you want.
No, I think I agree with your overall point. I just think if there's immigrants coming in from certain countries that are dispositioned to commit violent crimes or not be good citizens overall, I think it's in a government's right to protect their people. And no, I don't know about a quota, I agree with you, but I think to monitor immigration from certain countries that maybe aren't allies or first world countries, just for the good of their people.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm not convinced that it would be good to monitor it. And maybe if we had a longer call, I could we could go into that some more. But I do want to keep an eye on the numbers here. So I guess if it gets up above 55, we can continue this some more. Yeah. I'm kind of on the fence about this right now. We're kind of teetering. All right, let me not be. Let me make a decisive. Be more decisive here. I like how this is going so far. So let me extend it. I'll give you a couple more minutes.
Appreciate it.
So let's see. You think that it is appropriate to monitor if
I think there's good citizens everywhere. I don't think it's just because you're from a certain country you're bad. But if you look at some of these Islamist countries in the Middle East, the people coming from there to like Western Europe, for example, are just committing more violent crimes than the citizens that are there. And I think in Western Europe, and especially in like Scandinavia, just because of what's going on.
Yeah, well, you heard what I said right before you came on about enforcing the law. If the Europeans if they're better about enforcing their own laws, then I think that would help. And if people are going to less likely want to immigrate here if they see I can't get away with these crimes. I'm going to be put in jail for life maybe, if I rape someone or murder somebody, then I think that's going to deter people from coming. But if they see we can get away with stuff, then they're going to keep coming.
But I also think it's different social norms from different parts of the world that contribute. Maybe in the Middle East and in certain Islamic cultures, some of these crimes are just a little more, I'm not going to say accepted, but they're more normalized as part of the day-to-day basis. So I think immigrating to maybe more developed cultures is hard. It's hard to integrate them.
I'm losing the argument here, like losing track of what the logic of it is.
No, I get what you're saying. I think when you're immigrating from countries that are like America, for example, was brought up on like Judeo-Christian beliefs, and I think when you're immigrating from like Islamic countries with different social norms, different morals, different standards, some things are accepted there that are looked at as heinous in our country.
Yeah, places have different norms, but I think if you enforce the laws, then people are more likely to assimilate. Whereas if you don't enforce the laws, then they're going to carry their, let's say if they're coming from a place with barbaric norms where maybe you can stone women for adultery or not wearing their hijab correctly. If you outlaw that and you're serious about outlawing that in your own country, then people aren't going to be able to carry those norms to the new country. But if you allow that kind of thing to fester in your country, then yeah, they're not going to assimilate because they see they can get away with stuff. So I think you just need to be serious about enforcing your norms in your own country, and then that will act as a kind of self-selection mechanism for deterring people who otherwise would come here and want to bring their barbaric ways with them. All right, we got to wrap this up.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks for the call.
Thank you, Mr. Norton.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, I got to make some new points there I don't think I've made before on the TikTok live. So I've talked about immigration some, but not specifically the European case and what the solution is to dealing with problems there. So glad I had an opportunity to do that. All right, so I see the numbers went down some, but that's all right. That's all right. This is an experiment in progress. I'm always optimizing, figuring out what makes for the best show. So it's a work in progress. All right, Fiety is insulting Ayn Rand's. Should I mute you? Have you ever watched Charlie Kirk's debates? I've watched some of them. Not a lot. It's a tragedy what happened to him. Do you think Netanyahu is better than Trump? If so, why? He might be better than Trump. I don't think well of him, though. I think he's far too weak in defending Israel against its enemies. I think he should have gotten rid of Hamas many years ago, long before October 7th. And by allowing them to continue to exist, that ended up in many innocent people tragically dying. So I think he's far too weak in defending Israel. So I support a much stronger leader of Israel. Colton, I'll donate to let you in if you want, says Danny. I don't know what my rate's going to be for that. Oh, somebody sent me an accordion. That's a new one. Danny, thanks for the accordion. That was Danny, right? How much is an accordion worth? Fiesta accordion. All right, I gotta look. Okay, well, it increased my total balance today to 48 cents. So I don't think that's going to be enough to make me take a new call. But I do want to look up how much a Fiesta accordion. I do appreciate that gift, Danny. Okay, well, maybe something under $1, I guess, since my total balance for today is... Oh, it's 88 cents now. All right. Oh, I guess that's because you sent another accordion. Okay, well, if it goes to over $1, I will take you at least for a minute. I'll make that offer to you. So you're paying on behalf of Colton. Yeah, if you get me up to $1, now it's at 97 cents. I'll take him for a minute. If I get 2 more cents, it's at 98 cents now. Danny's sending the roses. Sometimes it might take a few seconds for the balance to adjust to the new gifts. Thanks for all the roses. All right, it's $1 now. All right, I'm going to let you on for at least 1 minute. We'll see how the viewers do. Right now it's at 47. I'll keep you on for a minute, and maybe if it dips below like 40, I'll end the call. But if it stays at or above the level where I let you on, then I'll keep you on for at least 5 minutes. All right. So I'm letting in Colton, right? That's who you wanted? Where are you? Yeah, okay. Here we go. Colton. And you got to be civil, right? Don't make me kick you for being uncivil. Get your money's worth. Okay, here we go. Oh, you're not in the guest list yet. You got to request up. I'm waiting for your request, Colton. Here it is. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
All right. What would you like to discuss?
Okay. I just want to know your opinions on the Iran conflict.
The Iran conflicts.
Yes, sir.
I think that Iran deserves to be overthrown. The Islamic Republic of Iran, that is. I think many of the people in Iran would also like the Islamic Republic of Iran to be overthrown. It's an evil regime that violates a theocracy, that violates people's rights, slaughters its own people by the thousands. Now,
I agree with the tens of thousands, but I just want to know if you would think that in the general scheme of Trump's plans that do you think that realistically airstrikes are gonna solve this issue?
Airstrikes. I think
Because that's what the majority of the war has been so far. Zero and
yeah,
pretty
well,
much zero. Troops deployed. I was just wondering about
what
that.
I think the U.S. should not engage in ceasefires. I think they've done that at certain points. I haven't followed it very closely, like on
They've
a
done that
day-to-day.
at almost every point.
At every point? Okay. Yeah, I strongly oppose that. I think they should just get rid of the regime once and for all, or let Israel do it. Just get out of Israel's way and let them do it. Like I've said,
Okay, I like that.
I've said before in the live stream, if the U.S. would just get out of Israel's way, that might be all that's necessary. We don't even need to send them aid, financial aid. Just get out of the way. Don't pressure them to engage in ceasefires. And if we had that policy in Iran, we could just let Israel destroy the Islamic Republic, and that would be good. So I think we've been far too weak in dealing with Iran. I think we probably should have done something back in 1979 when they first took the hostages, but we've allowed this to fester.
But you see that the U.S. obviously opposes Iran's current regime. but most people forget that in 1952 that the CIA slash FBI slash Special Forces unit plus the SAS of the British unit, they kind of overthrew Iran's current regime that have made it even more radical and kind of further away from the U.S.'s opinion slash whatever. But they kind of overthrew that then, and then in 1978 or whatever, they kind of decided, oh well, you have to do this. Everybody kind of says that, but realistically, you overthrow one, you overthrow another, you overthrow another. At every point in the Middle Eastern wars, the Gulf Wars, whatever, from 82 to the current, it's never gotten better. But you keep throwing in opinions from here and there, whatever. But it's never gotten better. So now we're in this war again with them, and Hegseth just requests another $1.5 trillion. Realistically, is it ever going to get better? No, it probably won't. But is the current administration doing anything to really prevent that? No, it's just requesting more money to fight another war that'll never get better.
I don't think the current administration is going about it in a good way, and I think this issue with the Straits of Hormuz not being open and Iran having control over it, I think shows lack of planning on the U.S. part. So I don't think the U.S. has prosecuted the war. I don't think it's impossible. Like if I were the president or Secretary of Defense, I think I could conduct the war in a way that would actually bring it to a conclusion in a successful way, and not just like withdraw and defeat like happens in Afghanistan. That was a disaster. But I just want to say about the history, and I'll just end on this point, and then I think I'm going to go back to the chat. They nationalized the oil back in the 50s. I think it was Mossadegh nationalized the oil, and that's what led to the overthrowing of the Mossadegh and reinstalling the Shah, I guess.
Okay, so, can I just ask one more question on top of that?
Last thing.
Well, do you not think that might not be in response to the previous quote unquote Western philosophies kind of imposed on the region slash kind of forced on the region after 1952, post 1952, like when oil or the U.S. imposed the oil quote unquote resolution on Venezuela when they put the 50-50 order in, and then it kind of resulted in the subsequent issues on the Middle East when they started fighting back for their quote unquote oil. Like I'm just saying, like, do you not think that there's ever going to be a resolution of this, or do you think that that Western policy will eventually work? Because I mean, we're working on 76-ish, 74-ish years of this, and it still hasn't worked. But we're still working on a quote unquote solution that really is never going to work, and nobody believes that anymore. Not the West, not the East, nobody. So okay. I'm just kind of working on that.
I'm going to disconnect, but I'll address that after we end the call. But thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good dodge. There you go.
Okay. So, is there a solution to this? I think there is, but we need to adopt a different philosophy, a philosophy of self-interest, going back to one of the key concepts, or egoism, one of the key concepts. If you have a philosophy that says love your enemy, as Christianity does, in this, there's a lot of Christians, I think Hegseth is one of them. He has this tattoo of some kind of Christian cross, right? If you have people in governments, or like George W. Bush, I think he was a born-again Christian. Now, I think Hegseth is maybe better than Bush when it comes to how to conduct a war. But to the extent Christianity is guiding our foreign policy, and I think it undercuts our ability to defend our own interests. So if we want to succeed in this war, we have to thoroughly reject the philosophy of altruism, of self-sacrifice. How are you supposed to defend yourself if you're simultaneously supposed to sacrifice yourself, right? That's not a recipe for success. That's a recipe for failure. So if we want to succeed against Iran, we have to embrace a egoistic, self-interested foreign policy, put our own interests first. And part of what that means is having the right view of civilian casualties. So if casualties of non-combatants on the enemy side die because we're engaged in a war of self-defense, we shouldn't shy away from that, right? Because it's not our fault. They brought the war on themselves. If they are used as human shields, that's the fault of the aggressor nation, not the fault of the side engaging in self-defense. But to have this kind of perspective of self-interest, people need to question their altruistic Christian kind of philosophy. If we went full throttle, I mean, the reason we're not succeeding in these wars, maybe we haven't won a war since the Gulf War of the early 90s, is not for lack of military power. We have the strongest military in the world ever, yet we're losing to these inferior regimes, or at least we're in a stalemate, and we have these wars that draw on and on and on. It was supposed to be, remember, like 4 to 6 weeks when we first started the Iran war. Oh yeah, it's not going to be a quagmire. We're not going to be there forever like Afghanistan. Well, here we are. How long has it been? 7 months or something, 6-7 months, and we're still there. This is not 4 to 5 weeks. We've gone past that, long past that. And it's not because we don't have a powerful military. We could easily destroy the Iran government, but we don't have the will to do that. We don't have the self-confidence, I think, to do that. And we're not fully convinced that we're in the right, and we pull back and we engage in ceasefires, right? So that's what I'll say. Oh, he also said something about the history. Do I want to say anything else about the history? So oil rightfully belongs to whoever discovered it, but many of these countries in the Middle East, they nationalized the oil, like Saudi Arabia or Iran, and it's appropriate for the government to defend the rights of American producers if their property is seized. There's no right on the part of these Middle Eastern countries to steal that oil. So we've been far too weak in prosecuting the war. We need to go all out. All right, thanks for sharing the live, Kylie. What else? Thanks for liking, Reese. That's the whole point, says Colton. What's the whole point? Are you saying you agree with what I said or something else? Thoughts on January 6th? Very bad. Based on a lie. The lie that the election was stolen. Oh, oil nationalization? That's the whole point? So Iran nationalized the British oil, actually. It was the Anglo-Iranian oil company. And then the U.S. helped it get rid of the guy Mossadegh who nationalized it. I agree with you 90% of the time, Colton says. Okay. I'm with Dauberfrog. What do you think about the U.S. blowing up a girls' school, Dan? Well, if that was the U.S., then I'm sure it was just a tragic mistake. Not something they intended to do. I don't know if it was the U.S. I've heard different things about that, but sometimes tragedies happen in war. Iran shouldn't have given other countries a reason to fight a war against them. Then that tragedy wouldn't have happened. If you had your choice, who would you want to be president in 2028? I don't know. If you're talking about someone with a realistic chance of being president, I don't know. It's a pretty low bar, though, to do better than what we've got right now. Nah, that's a smear, JD. Jenny, I'm going to mute you. I think I've seen one or two things from you that are not respectful. Jenny just got muted. Can you see it in the chat where it says you muted Jenny for this live, or can only I see that? Love these takes, says Jackson. How is it a smear? Every non-legislative body of genocide and human rights experts concluded it, says JD. Well, sometimes experts don't. I don't even. Is that even? Let me think. How do I want to approach that? There are certain issues like climate change where I think experts get things very wrong. Like they predicted global cooling for a while, and then it became global warming, and now it's neither global cooling nor global warming, and it's climate change, which always happens anyways. Whoever denied climate changes. So, and these are experts who say that. So there are certain things where I think and they get it wrong too. They made predictions like Paul Ehrlich, the Earth is going to run out of food to feed the population, or there's been doomsday scenarios about climate catastrophe for decades, and they haven't come true, despite using more fossil fuels, not less. And they say the solution is to cut back on the use of fossil fuels. That's going to destroy our planet, and it's going to become an inferno. And it hasn't happened, despite using even more fossil fuels than ever. So there are certain topics where a lot of people who are widely considered experts just get it wrong, and I think they lose a lot of credibility. And I think something similar might be relevant here. Like if we're talking about people associated with the UN, I think that's a corrupt organization which has passed resolutions against Israel, I think more than any other country, including dictatorships. So I don't put much stock in what any so-called expert affiliated with the UN says about genocide. So I have a lot of skepticism about what so-called experts say when it comes to certain topics. Also, there's other things like, why would Israel engage in roof knocking or dropping leaflets to alert people they're about to bomb somewhere so that they have a chance to evacuate? If their goal is to just kill everyone, or engage in genocide, why would they take these kind of preventive measures? It just doesn't make any sense. Why would they deliver food and water and shelter and electricity and internet to Gaza if their goal is to genocide the population? It doesn't make any sense. Thanks for sharing the live, Ginny. Great. Move on. Expand on Rand. What would you like me to say about Rand? She was a great novelist who developed a philosophy called objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. Why is Atlas Shrugged a good book? It's a great story, very gripping story. Very deep ideas are discussed. It's a very philosophical novel. It really causes you to think. It challenges very deep ideas that you might hold. And many people say it's life-changing for the better. Ginny shared the live. Keep sharing the live. Keep getting these. It looks like Ginny's sharing it multiple times. Thank you. JD, looks like you're being disrespectful there. I'm less likely to engage with your chats now. What tax do you view as bad, sir? All of them. They all involve coercing people. Forcing people to give their money to the government under threat of jail. Do you like the Libertarian Party? No. They're anarchists, at least many of them. They're anti-state. I think also they're often anti-American, anti-Israel. I haven't been rude, and yet you haven't engaged with mine. Well, just because I haven't engaged doesn't mean I think you're rude. There's too many chats for me to engage with everyone. But there is a way to make me engage with your chats. You know what that is? Money. Unless you're rude. If you're rude, then I might not engage even if you do give me money. Jenny sharing the live. I think you might be setting a record here, Jenny. I'm going to click on your profile. I got to take a look at your profile. You may be interested. Okay. Troy shared the live. Thank you. All right, I'm going to mute Braden for being disrespectful. I got to up the quality of my chat here. What is Ayn Rand? She's a novelist and philosopher. or was, who wrote Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead. Do you believe in objectivism or neoliberalism? Well, I do believe in objectivism. I don't know what you mean by neoliberalism. I believe in capitalism, which I don't think we have today. Now we got a misrepresentation from Gus. We got a smear from Dobfrog. Oh, hi, Moose. See, often when people say I mute people for disagreement or block them, and it's just, that's bullshit. Get the hell out of here. Bullshit. I mute people for rudeness. I'm happy for people to disagree with me. That's what I'm here. I want to engage in debate. What does it say on my background? Debate. I debate people all the time. But if you're rude about it, if you're disrespectful, then you might get muted. It has nothing to do with disagreement. It has everything to do with being rude. Man, Jenny's sharing that live. Do you consider yourself as a Zionist? If that just means supporting that there is a state of Israel, then yeah, a safe place for Jews. Now, I don't think there should need to be a country where Jews can go to. I think they should be able to go to any country, but unfortunately, the immigration laws have been so restrictive in the U.S. for one place that they haven't been able to immigrate here as much. Like if we had a much better immigration system, they could all just come to the U.S. But there were restrictions starting in the 1920s on European immigration to the U.S. And I think a lot of the Jews in Eastern Europe weren't able to come to the U.S., so they needed somewhere to go. So yeah, I mean, given the current state of the world and its bad restrictive immigration laws, I support there being at least one country where they can go. What's your opinion on Ukraine and Russia? I support Ukraine. Russia is an aggressive country that violates the rights of Ukrainians by invading and trying to take over their country. Do you like socialism? Absolutely not. It doesn't respect the rights of the individual. Why is faith bad? Because it means believing things without evidence. There's a misrepresentation from Gus. Loaded question. Which makes me less likely to answer. Define faith, belief without evidence. Slaughtering my Muslim brothers and sisters in Palestine, says Landon. What do you mean? Israel is fighting a war of self-defense against an enemy who's using its own people as human shields. Would you say Ayn Rand's objectivism is good or bad? Good. Very good. Is it reason over faith is good, or is faith just bad? Reason is good and faith is bad. Israel shouldn't make peace treaties with terrorists. Why would you expect a terrorist organization to honor a peace treaty? They're willing to murder people. If they're willing to do that, aren't they going to lie? Why would you think murderers are going to honor a peace treaty? Did they honor the ceasefire agreement that was in place before October 7th, when they did their October 7th massacre? What type of immigration do you see as good? Illegal or legal? I see the type of immigration I see as good is the type that doesn't violate rights, which, if it's illegal, doesn't necessarily mean it violates rights. Because you violate rights you could do it by trespassing in someone's property. So if an immigrant comes over to my house without my permission, he's trespassing. But if you just cross a border, that's not trespassing on private property. Even if it's illegal, right? So the fact that it's illegal doesn't mean you violated rights. Like, what about a law? What if it's illegal to drink alcohol, as it was during the era of prohibition? You're not violating anybody's rights by drinking alcohol, yet it's illegal. So there's nothing wrong with something just because it's illegal if the law that makes it illegal is itself a violation of rights, like your right to consume alcohol. So if you're talking, if there's irrational laws in place and people are breaking that law and doing something illegal, that doesn't mean they're violating anyone's rights. So I don't have a problem with people immigrating illegally if that's the only way for them to come here, which I think for many of them it is, because it's so damn expensive and difficult and time consuming, takes years and thousands of dollars, which many people don't have. They're just trying to come here to live a better life for themselves. So the only reason there is so much illegal immigration is because we made it so damn difficult to immigrate legally. What we need to do is repeal the awful immigration laws and make legal immigration much easier. Oh, Bree is here. Hi, Bree. One of my mods. It's the first time I've seen a mod today. I've been modding it myself. Okay, I think I gotta wrap this up soon. Glad to see we got back up in the 40s. We got a solid showing today. This is So I think my strategy has been working of engaging a lot with the chat and taking calls, but not necessarily long calls. So FYI, Bree, if you weren't here, what I did is I took some calls and I said, if the viewer count goes below a certain number, like 55, because I was up in the 70s before, and then I took a call and I said, if the viewer count goes down below 55, I'm going to end the call and go back to engaging with the chat. And so that happened a couple times. So if the call is really interesting to people, they'll stay here and the viewer count will stay high. But if it starts to slip, then I'll end the call and go back to engaging with the chat. And that's helped me to keep a lot of viewers here, much better than my last couple streams, I think. So I think I'm going to keep doing that. Lots of people put something like Galaxy or $15 to drop a guest. Right. Yeah, I had someone who offered to pay today to get someone else to come on. But yeah, that's also something that I might do. But sometimes people aren't willing to pay to drop somebody. They'll just leave. So I guess I could do like an either or thing, like either pay me a lot to drop somebody, or if I just see the numbers go down, then I'll just drop them myself. Looks like there might be a smear there from Dob Frog. Maybe not the first time. See, whenever people talk about begging for money, that's a smear, is it not? I'm giving you value in exchange. Value in exchange. I'm not like a person, a beggar on the street. He's not giving you value in exchange. He's just begging for money, right? He's asking you something, but you don't get something in return. When I ask for money, I say, I'm giving you time. I'm taking your call. I'm letting you hear on my platform. So it's a trade. It's a win-win. It's not a one-way transaction, which is what begging is. Begging, one person gets something, the other gets nothing. Here, I offer you value, a chance to get your question answered, or a chance to do a call, and you can give me something in exchange for that. It's not begging. It's just like anytime you buy something from the store, there's a trade. Do you still talk to Facts? I would. I had a couple calls with him. Don't have any problems with him. At least no problems that would make me not want to call. Actually, he was very generous. He offered to pay me $11. He did a call with me. And you know how long he stayed on? Hour and a half. Hour and a half. And he was only asking for half an hour. He said, I'll give you $10 for 30 minutes. And he ended up sending me $11. And he was on for, I think, around an hour and a half. So he got more than he bargained for. All right, it's getting kind of late here. But, I still got an audience going strong, so I like to take advantage of that. But I'm trying to decide. Actually, maybe I should make this an opportunity, a profit-making opportunity. If you want me to continue, send me some money. Right now, I've earned, through TikTok gifts, I've earned $1.01 today. Let me check my PayPal to see if I got any money that way. Probably not, because I think someone would have told me in the chat if they sent me. Yeah, didn't get any TikTok money or any PayPal money. But if you want me to stay on, It's 10:05 my time. So, actually, no, I'm not going to make an offer. I'm just going to look at the chat. You're using your PhD to go live on TikTok? Why not get a well-paying job? Because I like this. I could make more money doing other things, but I like doing what I would rather have less money and do what I love than have more money and less time for doing what I love. Money is not the most important thing. Happiness is the most important thing. So you got to live the life that makes you happiest. Now, ideally, you can get both. You can make good money from doing what you love, and that's what I'm trying to do here, but it doesn't happen automatically. It takes time to build an audience and get to the point where I can quit my other work and just do this. Oh, Radcap is here. Hello. So I might be posting this later on my YouTube channel, which is Dan Norton 1 on YouTube. It's also, I have that linked in my, listed in my TikTok bio if you forget. But usually I post my TikTok lives there. So if you want to see the rest of the stream or part of it that you missed, you can catch it on YouTube. And I'm also trying to grow my audience over there. So I appreciate anyone who subscribes on YouTube. Oh, Dobfrog got muted by Bree. Dobfrog was here for a long time, and there were some comments here and there that were making me start to wonder whether I should take some action. And looks like the moderator acted before I did. I didn't see what happens, but I don't know what led to it. But yeah, so you run a risk there. I do have some mods, so, and I don't see everything that happens. So you have to keep in mind, even maybe I'm actually more tolerant than my mods in some ways. Jenny's still sharing the live. Thank you. I noticed sometimes in the past, it would say that someone gets blocked, and then after that it says they get muted, Bree. So I don't know what happens there. Like if you have, maybe you accidentally block somebody, or maybe you changed your mind, decided to unblock them, but then you mute them because you think they don't deserve a block and you think they just deserve a mute. But I just noticed when sometimes I record the chat, and I notice sometimes it says blocked, and then right after that it says mute for the same person. If you mute them, it removes the text they had wrote. Oh, that's why. Whereas if you block them, then it leaves the text. Go to bed, Dan. Why would you say that? Why would you say go to bed? Are you saying that for my benefit or for yours? Yeah, it's getting late. It's only 10:09. That's not my bedtime. It's getting late and no one's tipping. Well, there's not a lot of tips, but I have been getting more views on average than usual. And it's up to 29 new follows. So that's good. Oh, I'm up to 7K likes. That's good. And I'm enjoying it. So I still have some reason to to stick with it. Oh, Bree says, I watched your live for 500 minutes. I appreciate that. That's how many hours is that? 8 hours and 20 minutes. Probably one of my highest, most minutes viewed, probably quite high on the list. Make sure you ask everyone to send their daily heart me's. Oh yeah, I've actually never done that before. So apparently, I learned about this recently. After somebody follows you, then instead of seeing a follow button, oh, I saw it, join my fan club. It just appeared on my head. I guess somebody just did that. After you follow someone, it then gives you an option to join. And I don't really know what that does. Like, I read up a little on that. Isn't it just like, I don't have a fan club. Like, I don't put out any content that's solely for people who join my fan club. So I'm not sure what the Heart Me does. They have to do it every day, and it's only a penny. All right, well, it boosts your ratings in the FYPs. Okay, if you want to help boost my ratings, please heart me. Do you only have one heart me per day to give to any creator, or I got to learn more about how that works. So in addition to sharing the live as a way of boosting it, you can also heart me, and according to Bree, that will help my ratings in the FYP. His PhD is all show, no tell. Why would you say something like that? Why would you say that? That starts to raise concerns. Because none of your views make sense together? I think they make a lot of sense. Another chat from Jack that looks not good. It was my husband's birthday. We went out to dinner and I'm so full, says Bree. Can you give short reasons for each? Asked Ben. All right, how about let's do a lightning round. Short reason for each. Very short reason for each. All right, why is Ayn Rand good? Because she came up with a brilliant philosophy and wrote incredibly good novels. Why is capitalism good? Because it respects freedom and rights. Why is egoism good? Because it correctly recognizes that you are the most important person in your life, not somebody else. Why is free will good? Well, I put free will in the good category, but really what I mean is free will is true. It exists. But I didn't, just to keep it simple, I didn't want to have like good/true as the label, or bad/false. So, but to be more comprehensive, I would have had to include good and true on the left side and bad and false on the right side. But I wanted to keep it very simple. But I think free will is true in the sense that it exists, it's real, it's not an illusion. Okay, why is atheism good? Because it's true. It's true that there's no good, that there's no God, and it's bad to believe false things. Why is abortion good? Because it enables women to live happy lives. Because if they might not want children, maybe they think their happiness is best served if they don't have children, and abortion helps them make that kind of life of reality. That's good. And fetuses don't have rights. Why is immigration good? Because it respects people's freedom, their freedom to live where they choose. Why is USA and Israel good? Because they respect rights and freedom. Not perfectly, but they do a good job at it. Certainly compared to many other countries in the world. Why is reason good? Because it's our means of survival. We survive by reason. We're using reason right now to have this conversation over the internet. Think of all the science and technology that went into making this possible. If you throw out reason and you go by faith, jumping to the other side, then you end up with the Dark Ages, like the age of faith. That's the Dark Ages, when Christianity was in power in Europe, and you had the loss of so much knowledge that was discovered by the ancient Greeks or Romans, and you had centuries of stagnation and barbarism. And then once reason was rediscovered in the Renaissance, they started becoming more rational and secular and this worldly, turning away from otherworldly Christianity. And all of a sudden, culture starts to flourish. You get the artistic renaissance in Italy. You get the scientific revolution and Galileo, Isaac Newton's amazing discoveries. Building on that, on the shoulders of those giants, you get the Industrial Revolution with all the incredible technology, the steam engine, etc. And the birth of the United States in the Enlightenment, a product of reasoning, John Locke's political philosophy, applying reason to the realm of politics instead of just a divine right of kings. He discovered the rights of man. And the founding fathers of the U.S. implemented Locke's ideas in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, and provided a foundation for a rights-respecting country. Not perfectly, because they had slavery, and that was a contradiction that had to be gotten rid of and was gotten rid of, and the country got even better at respecting rights. All right, well, I'll pause there in the historical story. That was all going off of the reason versus faith. But let me now jump back up to the top of the bad category and give a brief description of why I say each of those is bad. Trump is bad because he's a liar and disconnected from reality and places his wishes above the facts. He wishes he won the election in 2020, but he lies about it. Tried to steal the election. He wants to be above the law. He admires dictators. He, like Putin, he writes love letters to the dictator of North Korea. He imposes tariffs. He's anti-free trade. And that's not even getting into his personal life. Leftism is bad because it, among other things, supports taxes, regulations as well, which are anti-freedom. They involve coercing people. Taxes takes your money without your consent. You are forced under threat of jail to give away your income to the government. It's not voluntary. Your voluntary consent is being overridden. Anarchy is bad because it rejects the rule of law. It leaves it to private individuals to enforce the law or enforce whatever they want, whatever they see fit, take the law into their own hands, mete out private justice. It's a system of vigilantism, not objective law. And you end up with warring gangs, maybe something like Somalia, which is very hostile to freedom. Altruism is bad because It involves placing something higher than yourself, thinking something is more important than you, but there is nothing more important than you. You are the most important thing there is. No one else's life is more important than yours. Determinism is bad because it's false. It's not true that we lack free will. We have control over ourselves. Supernaturalism is also bad because it's false. There's no reason to believe that there's some other world which is inaccessible to reason or the evidence of our senses. Collectivism is bad because it subordinates the individual. Again, as with altruism, it doesn't recognize that you are the most important thing. It says there's something more important than you, and you can be sacrificed to the collective. If the collective, whoever that is, deems you unworthy, they can dispense with your life as they see fit. And I reject that. I say you are the most important person in your life. Subjectivism is wrong because it's false. It's not true that everything is just a matter of opinion. There are things like 1 + 1 = 2. That's not just a matter of opinion. That's not subjective. That's objective. There are many other examples I could give of that, but let me move on. Taxes and regulations, I've already said this, involve coercing people. I already talked about taxes, so let me just say, give an example of a regulation. Minimum wage law. That's a regulation which says you are forced to hire people at a certain amount and not below that amount. And that violates my freedom. If I want to hire somebody, the government is saying, nope, you're not allowed to do that. Even if somebody voluntarily would like to work for you for this amount, you're not allowed to do it. So it violates my freedom as an employer. It also violates the employee's freedom to decide how much they want to work for. So regulations are anti-freedom. That regulations are not the same thing as laws. I distinguish between those two. Regulations are a subset of laws. They are laws that involve initiating force against people. Like minimum wage laws, they're coercing people, forcing them to work for a certain amount under threat of fine or maybe some other penalty. And that's immoral. It's immoral to coerce people. Faith is bad because it's throwing out reason, which is our means of survival. Faith means believing things without evidence. Even if something doesn't make sense, even if something is not logical, you're supposed to believe it anyways. Believe it anyways that Jesus rose from the dead. Believe it anyways that God parted the Red Sea, even though that doesn't make sense. Believe it anyways that he turned a woman into a pillar of salt. All these miracles, you have to take them on faith because they don't make sense. Abraham sacrificed his son Isaac. Why? Does that make any sense? You're going to kill your own son? God orders you to do it. Doesn't make sense. Do it anyways. Take it on faith. That's a good thing for you to do. That's irrational. That's self-destructive. That's anti your own life. Following reason is the way to success and happiness, not throwing out your mind, which is what faith asks you to do. Okay, so there is a response to whoever's that question was. I don't remember the name, but somebody wanted me to go through everything on the lists and give a quick answer. So there you go. That's the first time I've done that. So I'm glad to have had the opportunity. Maybe I'll clip that and make that its own video. Maybe I'll post that on TikTok, on my TikTok page. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. All right, got a lot of new messages coming in. Thanks for the heart, me, Bree, and the rose. Wow, and then I saw the numbers went back up. We were down in the 20s. Now it's up in the 40s. Very nice. Very nice. I'm getting better at this. All right. Well, it's now 10:25, and I do need to get some dinner at some point. Maybe this would be a good point to end it. Leave on a high note. Not sure when I'm going to do my next live. This is actually the shortest time in between lives. Like I live streamed 2 days ago. Usually it's at least 3 days or 4 days between live streams, but I was feeling in the mood to live stream today, so I wanted to take advantage of that. Have a good night, says somebody. Yeah, you too. I'm on the fence right now about whether I should end the stream. I feel like I've got a lot of good momentum right now. So I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence. Does my mic still sound good? Sometimes people tells me it starts to echo and I gotta adjust it. Maybe I should adjust it just in case. I said before I was going to do it every 10 minutes. I don't see anybody telling me the mic is not good. Oh, someone gave me some A-OK symbols. Maybe that means the mic is fine. Thoughts on Liquid Zulu? I'm not a fan, at least of everything he does. In particular, he calls himself an anarcho-objectivist, and I think that's a distortion. Anarchy is inconsistent with objectivism, so there can't be such a thing as anarcho-objectivism. So I don't like that. I'll say that. Let people join you, curmudgeon. Why? What's in it for me? What's in it for me? Sometimes when I let people join, I lose viewers. You have to appeal to my self-interest. Convince me that it's in my self-interest to let you join. If you can do that, I'll let you join. I'm an egoist here. I got to do what's in my self-interest. The host accepts tips for debates. Yeah, that's true. They have to be a certain amount, though. I'm not going to accept a debate for 1 cent. For 1 cent. Why else are you on here? I'm here to promote good ideas, Ayn Rand's ideas. Sometimes debates are a way to do that. Sometimes they're not, though. Earlier in this live stream, I took some callers, and sometimes the viewers went down. So that might mean that I'm less able to promote Ayn Rand's ideas. If I'm losing viewers, not as many people are going to hear it. Sometimes if I'm just engaging with the chat, I got more people to hear about Ayn Rand's ideas. W. Rand says, Bree. As an egoist, do you think that helping the community is a good thing or not? It might be. I mean, what do you mean by helping the community? Like picking up trash? There's no good of the community over and above the good of individuals in the community. So I think it's you can help other individuals, but you should get something in return, right? You might help other individuals by picking up trash, but you shouldn't do that if you're not getting anything out of it yourself. Don't be an altruist and put others ahead of yourself. Explain how Israel is good, please. It respects rights and freedom. You're not going to be. You won't be thrown in jail if you criticize the Israeli government, or if you are Arab, or if you're a Muslim, or if you're an atheist. There's freedom of religion. There's freedom of speech. It's a startup nation. There's lots of entrepreneurial activity, which is a testament to respect for property rights. People wouldn't start businesses there if their property was going to be nationalized by the government. Where would you rather live if you had your choice among Middle Eastern countries? Do you want to go to a place where women are forced to wear burqas, where women don't have the freedom to drive, where gays are persecuted, where it's illegal to be a homosexual, where you can be stoned for adultery? You want to go to a country where children are indoctrinated to be suicide bombers, where people are being used as human shields? What's the best place for you to live in the Middle East? In the UAE, where you can be jailed for a tweet or a Facebook post that offends somebody in the government? I read a passage from Elon Jorna's book earlier in the live stream about that. This isn't a debate right now. Either change the name of the live or open up to debates. Why isn't this a debate? Call is not the only way to debate. You can also debate people in the chat. I'm doing it right now. Ayn Rand. Peter, that's not a good comment. It's just an insult when you say something like that. That's weak. That's weak. Insults are weak. I'm sucking on a cough drop. Sorry if you hear that. See, if I don't suck on the cough drop, you'll hear me cough, and that's bad. So, I don't know a good solution. I got to get rid of the cough. That's really the solution. And I've tried, but I haven't figured it out yet. I have some ideas, though. I'm working on it. Jack Flood, you got to appeal to my self-interest. I am debating. I'm debating with the chat. Some taxes are necessary. No, they aren't. What is supernaturalism? Belief in something that exists which can't be proved by reason or the evidence of the senses. Something like that. Jackson, that's a loaded question. All right, Wyatt, don't keep spamming the same thing. I'm going to mute you, actually, for that. Where's the mute button? There, you just got muted for 5 minutes for spamming the same thing in chat many times. See, if you abuse your ability to chat here, you're going to suffer some consequences. We got to up the bar here. We got to level up, increase the quality of the chat. We got to separate the wheat from the chaff, and that will attract more people. If they see there's a higher quality chat here, not a bunch of garbage, then that's going to be more inviting to people. Loaded question, Jackson. Loaded question. Israel is not committing a genocide. It's engaged in a war of self-defense. How can the government operate without taxes? It can be funded by voluntary means, such as donations, lotteries. Ayn Rand puts forth another argument, or another idea in her article. Ayn Rand has an article called Government Financing in a Free Society. And she discusses an idea about how to fund the government without taxes. The government's going to be much easier to fund without taxes if it's cut down to its proper size. I don't think you could fund it without taxes the way, given all the programs we have today, like Social Security, Medicare, these massive $1 trillion or hundreds of billions of dollars programs. Yeah, you can't get people to do that without coercion. But if you don't have those massive programs to fund, then it's much more realistic to think you could fund it by voluntary means. So in laissez-faire capitalist world, there wouldn't be these gigantic government programs to fund, or wars that go on for decades, like in Afghanistan, wars that involve nation building. That wouldn't be a thing that you have to fund. You would attack the enemy, get in, get out. That's it. No forever wars. So there wouldn't be a war on drugs. Billions of dollars are spent on that. Drugs would be legal. So things would be massively different. It would be much easier to fund the government if it were cut down to its proper size, and people would fund it voluntarily. It's clearly in their self-interest to have a police, military. You don't want robbers, rapists, murderers running around the streets, right? It's clearly in your self-interest to fund the police. So there would be plenty of support for police by people who are voluntarily willing to contribute. People make voluntary contributions today to various causes. There's lots of philanthropy, and that's on top of taxes people already pay. So there would just be it's not a problem at all, funding the government without taxes. War on the working class, that's a smear. Sounds Marxist. Jack Flood, I think I've seen some things from you that make me hesitant to take your call. Faith as in religion. It doesn't have to be just religion, but that might be the best example of faith. But just any time you believe something without evidence, that would be taking something on faith, and that's always bad. Whether that's something that a religion advises you to do, or a secular religion, in quotes. Like maybe climate change is something of a religion for some people. Or the evil of Israel. Well, I guess maybe that's not. I mean, it's not purely just take it on faith, even if it makes no sense. So, but I think a lot of the reasoning behind it, like climate change, catastrophism, is pseudoscience. And likewise with hatred towards Israel, I think a lot of it is based on just smears, many of which I see, or which I often see in this chat, like it's engaged in genocide. It's just a smear. Jack got muted. Armin, maybe you should be muted. Yeah, I'm going to mute you, Armin. Come in here, say something like that. Oh, you already got muted? Oh, yeah, I guess you got muted. Bree muted you. He uttered profanity in the course of insulting good countries. Free Palestine, says Mackenzie. What do you mean by that? Saying Israel is good is purely your opinion. You don't think there's any facts that my opinion is based on? Like the fact that Israel respects people's rights? Muted me for calling him a Zionist? If someone calls me a Zionist, I don't have a problem with that. I take that to mean I support there being a state of Israel. He reads the chat and will when he can. I read some of the chat. There's too many for me to read all of them. I can't keep track of all of them. But I read some of them and respond to some of them. Jack says, I got muted for trying to debate. Wow. I doubt that, Jack. I think a lot of times people, they misrepresent when what actually happens is they got muted for being disrespectful. But they leave that part out. I need another cough drop. Doing well in the viewers today. Who's your favorite economist? I don't know. I don't read many economists. I read a little bit of Henry Hazlitt's book, Economics in One Lesson. but that was a long time ago. I think Ludwig von Mises might have been Ayn Rand's favorite economist. And maybe he would be mine too if I read him, but I haven't read him. How was I disrespectful? I don't know. I don't remember, Jack. I don't even remember if you were disrespectful. I'm just skeptical that what you said is true when you said you just got muted for wanting to debate or something. I forget exactly what you said. I seriously doubt that was why you got muted, but I don't remember. I don't even remember if I muted you or if Bree muted you. I guess I won't be able to see because apparently when somebody gets muted, oh, you were spamming. Oh, that was it? Oh yeah, I remember someone. Okay, right. I remember someone got blocked or got muted for spamming the same thing over and over. Yeah. And I guess I was going to say when I watched the live replay, because I record the chat at the end, and sometimes I watch it back, but I won't be able to see your comments to figure out why you got muted, because once you get muted, all the comments get deleted. At least that's what, according to Bree, that's what happens. How does objective morality exist? Well, I don't know if I can answer that briefly, but I'll say that to say objective morality exists means that what's good and bad is not just based on your feelings. Like if I say it's good to eat food, I think that's objectively true. That implies a standard of good. If the standard of value is your own life, then it's good to eat food. It's objectively good. It's a fact of reality, whether you like it or not. It's not just an issue of your subjective preference that you need to eat food in order to live. It's a fact of reality, independent of your mind, that you need to eat food in order to live. So if you accept the standard of good and bad, that which promotes your life is good, then it's objectively true that eating food is good. There's more I could say about that, but I'll just leave it at that for right now. Your mod banned me? Well, I wouldn't be able to see that if you actually were banned. How it... Do you know the violinist analogy by Judith Jarvis Thompson? Yeah, I've read that article. That's an argument in favor of the right to abortion. I wasn't spamming. I was trying to get my point across. All right, but you got to limit yourself. You can't just do that many chats in rapid succession. Now, what I've said before, if you want to incentivize me to address your chat, send me a gift. That's a way to get your chat addressed. Appeal to my self-interest. Make yourself stand out by sending me some TikTok gifts. Someone has to keep the chat in line. Yeah, that's right. What was your PhD thesis? It's on physicalism, the view that everything, including the mind, is physical. I argued against the arguments for physicalism. The title was A Critique of the Scientific Case for Physicalism. And if you want to hear some of the key ideas in it, you can look up a video on my YouTube channel, Dan Norton 1. That's my YouTube channel. And if you just search for the word physicalism, you'll find the video. I give a little presentation of some of the key ideas from my dissertation. This guy supports his claims. He is a greedy, almost corporate level egoist. Should I take that as a compliment? Maybe I should. I think greedy might be a package deal. It packages together things that are good and not bad. Sorry, good and bad. Or good and not good. That's what I was going to say. But if you understand it in the right way, just as if you understand selfishness in the right way, or in Ayn Rand's way, I would be proud to be called selfish or greedy. But you got to understand it in the right way. I'm personally atheist, but why is religion/faith bad? Because faith means believing things without evidence. In effect, throwing out your mind. And that's not good to do. That's bad for your life and happiness. W, rational self-interest. Good answer, Dan. That actually made sense, says Bobby. All right. Thanks. Someone says, "Good. Going to be completely honest. I thought you said Texas was bad instead of taxes." Well, Texas is bad when it comes to abortion. I think it has restrictive laws on abortion. So your problem is more with faith itself, not religion? Well, is there any religion that doesn't involve faith? If religion, as part of its nature, involves believing things on faith, then I have problems with religion. Irrational religion, you might say, is a contradiction in terms. Then it's just philosophy. Actually, Ayn Rand characterized religion as primitive philosophy. Yeah, there's another insult from Owen. Weak. That's weak. Do you believe in the inherent value of man? There's no inherent potential value, but not actual. Like each individual human being might or might not have value from my perspective. Like You might have value if you're a friend, but if you're a terrorist, you don't have inherent value. Then I want to destroy you, or at least I want somebody else to destroy you because you're a threat to my life. So you create your own value or lack thereof using your free will, depending on the person you make yourself into. You might add value to my life or take value away from my life. Dan, can you please speak to Jack? No, I don't think I want to speak to Jack right now. Maybe later. But I'm not really happy with what I've seen from him in chat today, so I'm not inclined to speak with him. I don't remember everything, but just the vibe I got overall, not a good vibe. So I want to get a better vibe before I speak with somebody. Why would faith and reason be opposite? Well, faith means not going by reason. It means throwing out your mind, just believing something even if it doesn't make sense, even if it's irrational, like a man rose from the dead. Doesn't make sense, but you believe it anyways. But reason means you are going by logic, evidence, and what makes sense. Having Israel in good, but faith is bad is so shallow when you look at their expansion based in faith. Israel is a largely secular country. It's not a theocracy like Iran. You have freedom of religion there. You're not going to be jailed or killed if you're an atheist or a Muslim or a Jew or a Christian. There's a smear from Blue World. How can you defend laissez-faire capitalism? Because it's the system of freedom. Remember, if you want to incentivize me to answer your question, you can send me some TikTok gifts. Mouth noises. Yeah, I'm sucking on a cough drop. Sorry for the noises. I don't have a good solution to it. In the short run, at least. Isn't there a lot more faith than only religious faith? Faith in my abilities? No. Faith in your abilities is confidence. That's a different sense of the term. There's different senses of the term faith. Like if I say, let's have a good faith discussion, that's okay. That means don't be dishonest. Don't pretend. But the sense of faith relevant here is believing without evidence. All right, I'm going to mute Wook for saying something. I don't know. Should I mute Wook? It's pretty weak, I'll say that. It's weak, what you said there. Can you explain why you believe immigration is good? Because I believe in freedom. And when you forcibly stop someone from entering a country, you're interfering with their freedom. There's no freedom to go on someone's private property, but a country is not private property. Now, I think Ayn Rand would hate Trump. Or maybe she would think he's beneath contempt. Are you being paid? I wish I were being paid. Well, I am being paid a little. I've earned a little bit through TikTok gifts today. I'd like to earn a lot more. You said put fries in a bag. There's a smear from Jenna. How the hell is capitalism good? How the hell is freedom good? All right, Jack, you're going to get muted for saying that. For the rest of the live, I'm muting you for the rest of the live. Gone. So you fed into my view that I said before I was not getting a good vibe from you, and you just solidified my sense that I didn't want to talk to you. So now you suffer the consequences. You brought it on yourself. Cause and effect. I believe in cause and effect. And you enact that cause, then you get the effect of being muted. Got to make space for better chats. It makes it better for everyone who's here with good intentions. Because I don't want people to waste their time reading bad chats. I want there to be quality chats here. Stop muting us, says Jenna. hey, it's within your power. Stop saying things that make you deserve to be muted. I'm all right. So maybe I should read. There's certain people which, if I read their chats, maybe it's just encouraging more chats of a kind that I don't want to encourage. So I'll give them less attention. What do you do for work? I live stream. That's my wannabe work. I do some other things for work. I don't want to say, but um, I eventually want to earn money from live streaming enough so that I don't have to do anything else. Why is altruism bad? Why is subordinating yourself to others bad? Or is it good? Should you subordinate yourself for others? Give away all your money. How about that? Would that be altruistic? Is that good to do? All respects to you / your beliefs, but I'm wondering what makes you not believe in faith. Well, faith means believing things without evidence, and that's bad for me to do. It's bad for anyone to do, to believe things without evidence. If I say, take it on faith that you should send me all your money right now, are you going to do that? You say, well, why would I give you all my money? I say, don't ask. Just take it on faith. It's good for you to do that. Is that good for your life and happiness? I say no. I say only follow reason. Don't do things if you don't understand them. You'll get in big trouble if you throw out reason. What is your highest level of education? I got a PhD. So if you're talking about formal education, that would be the answer. But I continue to study on my own. Your points are so strange, but they're interesting, says Kendrick. Okay. Well, I'm glad they're at least interesting. Here we got somebody saying he's ducking the question, and then the very next chat says, thank you for answering. Can't answer everything. There's too many chats to answer everybody. Why do you dislike leftism? Because it involves coercing people through taxes and regulations. You're not free to do what you want with your own money. You're coerced under threat of jail to give away your money to the government. All right, we're up to 8.8K likes. Are you more left or right? I don't really like those terms, at least right, because historically right has been associated with limited government and pro-capitalism, and I am right in that sense. But today, what's become the right is not at all that. Like Trump and MAGA are considered on the right by many people today, but I think they're anti-capitalist, anti-rule of law. So I don't like using the term right. It's misleading as a label for my view. I think it's better to just call it capitalist, but even that is what many people consider to be capitalism. I don't think actually is capitalism. So there's no one word label that will make it clear to you what my position is. So it really just takes a discussion. I mean, I could say objectivist. That's the name of Ayn Rand's philosophy, but and that's accurate, and that's just one word, but many people don't know what objectivism is. So it's not necessarily a helpful label. So when I'm engaging with a lot of people, there is not a single word I can use to convey my view in a way that's going to not be misleading. So I just have to have a discussion, lay it out in several sentences or paragraphs. All right, maybe I should speak quieter here, because otherwise I might distract people who are nearby, and it's getting late. So if I talk very quietly, maybe if I turn up the sensitivity on my mic, I can speak softly and you can still hear me, and then I won't distract other people who are near where I am. Should I turn up the volume on my mic? Maybe I'll try that. I just turned it up a little bit. All right, I'm going to try to speak softer. What is genuinely good about Israel? It respects freedom and rights. So does the USA. All right, I think Dre, maybe that deserves a mute. Yeah, I'm going to mute you for saying that, Dre. I got so many chats coming in here, I don't have time to engage with the chats that actually deserve to be engaged with. So I got to weed some people out. All right. Just muted another person. What about the tens of thousands of dead babies, dead babies and kids? Well, any civilian deaths on Hamas's side are the fault of Hamas for bringing the war on themselves. I don't even know if those numbers are true, but whatever the number is, it's not Israel's fault. It's Hamas's fault for bringing the war on themselves. Israel's engaged in a war of self-defense. How did they bring the war on themselves? By slaughtering innocent Israeli people. Wouldn't atheism be determinism? No. Atheism just means you don't believe in God. Doesn't mean you're not in control of yourself. No clue how to feel because I'm split on a lot of these, but I also agree on a lot. Well, you just feel however you feel. You can't change that in the moments, but as your ideas change, that can also change how you feel. Like, for example, if you believe certain things about Israel, like if you think they're engaged in a genocide, then that might make you feel very negatively to my saying that Israel is good. But if by listening to me you are persuaded that Israel is not engaged in a genocide and that's just a smear, then you might start feeling differently about my putting Israel in the good category. So feelings are downstream from thinking. So I think as your thinking changes, then your feelings will change as a result. Colin, you're not muted. Not yet, at least. Could you explain leftism and why it's partnered with anarchy? So leftism, I just mean big government, to be brief about it. But anarchy, I didn't have room for another line. I could have put anarchy on a second line, on a separate line, but to save some space, I just put it on the same line. I don't think the U.S. should give Israel billions in aid. It should just get out of its way by not pressuring it to engage in ceasefires. Let it destroy Hamas. But don't pressure it to stop fighting Hamas so that Hamas can regroup. But I do think the U.S. gets some military intelligence from Israel. Israel uses military technology, and then that can be useful to the U.S., which is not engaged. Well, I guess they are engaged to some extent in a war with Iran now. Maybe I'll take this mic out of the. No, I'm not going to do that right now. Am I close to getting muted? Dees asks. I don't remember. I wasn't. planning to mute you soon. I don't remember very well what you've said before. Drake or Kendrick? I don't have an opinion. I'm not very familiar with them. I've only heard a little. Why are taxes bad? Because they coerce people. If Ayn Rand needed Medicare and Social Security, why follow her no safety net philosophy? I don't know that she did need them. She died wealthy. She left $500,000 to her heir. And if she didn't have to pay Medicare and Social Security taxes all her life, maybe she would have left a lot more and had more to spend on whatever medical bills she did have. Do you think Israel needs any foreign aid at all from the U.S.? If so, how much and why? I don't think it needs foreign aid. I'm not an expert on Israel, so I might want to revise that opinion later if I learn more about it, but at least right now, I'm not convinced it needs foreign aid. What it really needs is just moral support and, well, I guess if Israel were really confident in itself, it wouldn't even need that. But right now, the U.S. is putting pressure on Israel to engage in ceasefires at various times. But Israel doesn't need to bow to that pressure. It could just say, screw you, Trump. We're not going to do a ceasefire. We're just going to go all out and destroy our enemies. I wish it had the moral self-confidence to do that. And if it did that, I don't think that it would need aid. What it really needs is just moral self-confidence. But it's hard to have that if you don't have a consistent philosophy. If you have a philosophy that of self-sacrifice, like Christianity, which I think many people, even if they're not Christians, they still have absorbed. So they need a better philosophy, a philosophy of egoism, rational self-interest. And then I don't think they would need aid. All right, Audacity, you're being rude there. That you risk getting blocked by saying something like that. I'm trying to talk more softly here so I don't disturb anyone. You can let me know if the volume's too low, and I can try to increase. I try to keep this focused on philosophical issues. People here are asking my opinion on rappers. I like some of Kanye's stuff, but Um, sometimes I like to just focus on philosophical issues. That's the theme of my show. Colton says LOL. When you say LOL, and then you use laughing emojis, then that tells me you might not be serious. And so maybe I shouldn't take you seriously. Can you expand on what you mean by taxes being coercive? Yeah. You don't have a right to decide how your money is spent. You are threatened with jail if you don't pay money to the government. So you're not voluntarily. See, like, if you contribute money to me right now through my TikTok live, if you send me a gift, that's voluntary. That's not coercive. You chose to do it. Not under threat of jail, right? It wasn't that you thought, oh, I'm going to go to jail unless I send Dan some money. No, you just sent me some money. But with taxes, that's not a voluntary contribution. You're giving your money to the government under threat of jail if you don't pay it. That's why I say it's coercive. It's not a voluntary transfer of your money to someone. It's a coercive transfer. Now we got some Persian letters or Arabic letters. I don't know how to say that name, but not sure I want to engage with that, given the way you're talking. All right. I guess I'm going to mute you coming in here with a disrespectful comment like that. You're muted. Some people out there, you got to learn better ways of engaging. By that logic, speed limits are coercive and therefore bad. No, they're not coercive, at least if they're set by private entities. Roads should be private. And the government should not own roads. Roads should be private. And then the owners of the roads can set the speed limits, but that's not coercion. That's voluntary. If you want to drive on the roads, you have to obey the rules of the road. Just like if you enter someone's house, you got to obey the rules of the house owner. If you don't like the rules, don't go in their house. If you don't like the rules of the road, don't go on that road. if you don't like the rules, don't enter the country illegally. Well, some rules are violations of rights. Like, what if the country has a rule that says we can enslave black people, which actually was a rule in the United States? Should you respect that rule? I don't think so. That's an evil rule that violates people's rights. So are rules that forcibly stop people from immigrating even though they pose no physical threat to anyone. They just want to come here and live peacefully. So you're a Zionist? Yes, if that means I support there being a state of Israel where Jews can live. Faith is bad? Yes. It means belief without evidence. Then do it through the legal process. The legal process is far too difficult. It can take many years, many thousands of dollars. And there's no right to impose that burden on someone. All right, I got to wrap this up. Okay, a lot of questions. Maybe if I didn't get to your question, you can ask it again in a future live stream. Or you can put money behind it. Remember, if you want to incentivize me to answer your question, you can attach a gift to it. Increase the value that I get, and then you'll get more value. All right, so I'm going to end the stream. I don't know when my next stream is going to be. I've been doing these every few days, but if you follow me, that'll help it appear in your algorithm. You'll probably be able to catch this stream, or at least parts of it, later on my YouTube channel, Dan Norton 1. Thanks everyone for being here. I thought it was a really good stream. Strong viewership. And I enjoyed it. Hope you did too. All right. See you next time. Good night.